But you're whining. I haven't even started stream yet. I look at chat, people are going like, oh, this is bad. Yeah, no shit. Me incredulously flipping the calendar back to any stream date for the past 8 months. Or more. No way. It's all bad? Is it June 30th, 2025? No, it must be June 29th, 2025. No, it must be June 28th. Give us 5 more minutes. Nope. What's up? We're doing it. We're doing it now, actually. Looking good today, boss man. I know. How's it going today? Woke up at 6. So pretty good. Pretty good. Fuck, that's early. Earlier than anyone's ever done it before. Yeah. Trying to fucking... Finally, I organize my tabs. How did I organize my tabs? No idea. Well, here we go. They did it, folks. They did it. The Senate has passed the big, beautiful bill. Good news is they struck the ban on AI regulation at the state level. So there's that. I believe they also struck the provision that would prevent undocumented immigrants from benefiting from Medicaid. So there's that. That's wokeness. Bad news is the Medicaid cuts are still happening. So, like, 17 million people are going to lose health care. They also got rid of that provision selling off public land. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Pretty good. ICE is funded like 3 times the Marines now. Fuck, is that true? Do you think this is America's century of humiliation? Yeah, no, I think so, yeah. This is pretty humiliating. Can this be reversed with a Dem majority? Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? No, because the Dems are losers, and if they ever got to power, they wouldn't do it. You think the Dems are going to approve a massive tax hike on the wealthy? Come on. Did any Dems vote yes? In the Senate? I don't think so. J.D. Vance had to break a 50-50. The 3 Republicans opposing the bill were Tom Tillis, figured that one. Susan Collins figured that one. Rand Paul figured that one. Okay. Did Fetterman go to sleep? Fetterman voted no. The removal of the AI bit was like 99-1. Palantir was like, fuck! God damn it!
There was a time in which they had to make a decision dealing with me and reducing the debt ceiling or giving pork and subsidies to Alaska. They chose to add more pork and subsidies for Alaska to secure that vote.
You talked to your House colleagues. Do you think there could be some that will vote against this?
I think they're going to look at it and see that it's much less conservative than it started out to be, and it's going to add much more to the debt. And so I think without question, this is not a fiscally conservative bill. And if you're someone who thinks the debt is a problem, I don't see how you could vote for this now.
What do you make of the process overall? Do you think it was too rushed?
I can't believe Republicans would increase the deficit. They've only ever done that every single time they possibly could. The classic 50-50. Yeah, we'll talk about Alligator Alcatraz in a bit. Oh, Breaking news update from 9:53 a.m. PDT. It's no longer a one big beautiful bill. Shortly before Republicans voted to pass Trump's big bill, Democrats successfully changed the official name of it. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer made a point of order on the floor and the title was struck. It is not a big beautiful bill, it is a big ugly betrayal. There we go. So there's your help from the Democrats. Yeah, chills. Ooh, I got goosebumps. Now that's something to write a book about. Gee, look at how happy he is. This is him. This is him right after he came up with that. Who the fuck cares about any of this gay dude, listen, they passed the bill because they hate you and they hate America and they want America to die, okay? Any, like, moderate or policy wonk analysis of this is flawed on the fallacious assumption that Republicans are operating from the same, like, can you imagine talking about a bill this way if it was made by, like, literal demons? Like, if there was a demon caste that took over Earth and they were like, here's our next big policy, and then it's like, make people eat poop. Poor people should fight in gladiator rings to get food. And then you've got, like, liberal policy wonks being like, this is reprehensible. You know, like, at what point do you throw your hands up in the air? You're supposed to be like, okay, like, we need a different category of language. Don't worry, guys. Hakeem Jeffries on the case. Nope, he hasn't showed up yet. Sorry. Riveting stuff. Okay, but how can Dems fight back? Well, they can't because they suck. But I don't understand what you mean. Like, how could they be less incompetent? By being less incompetent. Do you mean what could they do, like, vote-wise? Not much. Like, vote-wise, not much. They could probably, like, influence the votes of Republican senators by kicking up more of a fuss, though. But they're not, because they're, you know, Dems. They're giggling in there, they're having fun. Can we primary Hakeem, please? Why don't you fucking do it then? Don't post about it. Can we? Who the fuck is we? You run. You people and your rhetorical questions and your goddamn... If you're going to talk about it, then do it. People earlier in chat were like, this is huge. There need to be protests everywhere. Yeah, your ass ain't doing it. You're in a live stream chat before the streamer even shows up. You are not fucking going out there and protesting, okay? You didn't even go to the protest in LA? Yeah, I was in Tehran. So you're telling me there's no replacement plan for the 17 million people losing their insurance? They'll be replaced with new people after they die. Because, like, more babies will be born to fill up all the empty houses. Well, fuck this guy. Oh. Oh. No. Nah. No. Just put the milquetoast liberal analysis in the bag.
A really important moment for President Trump's legislative agenda. So much of what he does with the stroke of a pen and hopes that it gets through the courts. This is different. This is really it when it comes to what he wants Congress to do. Actually, just hang on one second. Let's listen into the Senate.
Yep. The bill's 156,000 words. No wonder nobody's read it.
Lauren, I'm going to...
Politicians never read bills. It doesn't matter how many words they're writing. You think they read this shit? Bills are written by special interest groups and lobbyists, handed to the politicians, and the politicians go, yep, and sign off on it. That's all. Maybe they get a staffer to summarize it for them.
And to go back to you, we see on the screen there, 50-50. This is what you suspected. Looking at this, at the chair there, yeah, it looks like it is the vice president. So we do expect a tie-breaking vote momentarily.
Yeah, our team who is in the chamber, Dana, they are giving us some live updates, and I just want to preface this with the fact that until it's gavelled, nothing is final. You can hear the vice president here. What we are learning from inside the chamber is that Senator Rand Paul has voted no. We know that Senator Susan Collins no on this piece of several concerns in this. Exactly.
Even Kamala Harris did as well. Phasing out green energy tax credits, money for the Pentagon, border security, detentions and deportations, a lot of money there. And it all
voting against it for him, obviously.
Making clear that this has officially passed. We did miss that quiet gavel by the vice president, who is the president.
Weak little gavel. He tapped it. Very weak. Whenever I see shit like, I'm so frustrated because like this is like our Reagan moment. Like this is going to set in motion so many bad things for so many people for so many decades. And I feel like if you watch mainstream news, you legitimately have a worse understanding of these issues than if you're watching like Cumtown or something. Like the only thing you need to know is that Republicans are evil and Democrats are slightly less evil and also incredibly incompetent. Anything else is performative fluff. The wonkery is nice if you're like a nerd, like if you like numbers, like you're actually exactly 15.2 million people lose Medicare, but that's not really relevant, right? Like it's a binary. Either you or someone you know loses your Medicaid, not Medicare, or you don't, to you, you know? Apart from that, you just need to know that they're evil. Why that voice though? Because that's a nerd voice. Have you not heard a nerd voice? It sounds different, like emanated from you, I imagine, because it's bouncing off your skull. Do you think they're actually going to try to deport like 1 million people using the money from the bill? Oh, I'm sure they'll try. They're not going to get 20 million people, though. Not even close. $20 million? Are you fucking paying attention? 20 million was the amount they said they were going to deport. Can't even beat Obama. Yeah. Yeah, give me Fox. Give me some gloating.
We are in this. We are leaning on this. And without the tax cut,
at what point will we get the final solution for immigrants? What's going to be the breaking point? Okay, this is everyone else being on notice. You're taking a timeout for the rest of the hour. Stop asking me fucking rhetorical questions, okay? I can't see the future, okay? Stop. Fucking stop. I don't care how nervous you are, all right? You people are going to give me a fucking anxiety complex. Every time I look at chat, I want to see like a joke to bounce off of and some 16-year-old having a panic attack, okay? Get your shit together.
that was put into place by President Trump in his first term, if that's allowed to expire today, if this bill does not pass, that hikes taxes for 68% of working Americans.
Right, and the biggest hikes would be for the lower household income. So, and also the pro-growth aspect of this, right? We want to grow this nation. We want to grow the economy, and taxes are a central part of that, particularly for corporations.
Hold the vice president breaking the tie right now, which means they had some no votes from those Republicans. This bill, the big, beautiful bill, has passed because the vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance, has come to the Hill more than once thinking that he would do this. And when he showed up this morning, they were right. He would be needed. He has done it. Let's listen and see if there is any audio that we can take in.
Okay. Pursuant to the order, 4 February 29, 1960, the hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
Let us pray. Eternal, ever-blessed God, Help our senators to walk on your path for the glory of your name. Help them to walk with humility so that they will strive to be servants of the people. Help them to walk with forgiveness so that they will forgive as they desire to be forgiven. Help them to walk with courage so that nothing will deflect them from the way they ought to take. Help them to walk with endurance so that nothing may daunt or discourage them until they reach their goal. Lord, help them to walk with loyalty so that nothing will ever seduce their hearts.
Chills.
From their devotion to you.
He's talking about Ted Cruz.
We pray in your loving name. Amen.
Amen.
No, you people don't watch C-SPAN. The voice. They don't let you be Senate chaplain unless you've got a gravelly voice.
And with that, we are watching now. The big, beautiful bill has passed on the vote, breaking the tie of the Vice President of the United States. And Charles, you were talking about the tax portion of this. What good does this do outside of saving what the president put into place with tax cuts that were monumental, really, for so many Americans across the country? What does this allow him to do going forward?
This is the crux of it all, really, to be quite honest. It's the growth effect, the multiplier effect of businesses keeping more of what they earn, being able to invest that into future products and being able to invest that into employees. And that's what the
It's fucking crazy how evil borrowing as a concept is, man. It really does all get back to that. It's like this fucking great Satan that has spawned out, like a guy who thought, listen, if investing money makes money, can't you just borrow money with a lower interest rate than the returns that you get from the investment and just do that forever? And that's the entire modern economy. The entire modern economy is like a circle jerk where you reach over to the next stick, but the next stick is like the next investment. And in order to get you have to reach over to the right as well. And that's where you borrow from. The come. You understand.
The foundation of the economy is. And listen, obviously, it's one thing when you say things on the campaign trail and when you hope for things on the campaign trail. As we can see, this thing is very contentious. Just your conversation with Chip Roy shows that when it gets back to the House, there's going to be some more, fisticuffs or another Donnybrook, so to speak. But President Trump put out a post yesterday talking about the growth aspect of this. And I think that's what he's focused on more than anything else. Make the pie bigger, make the economic pie huge so that everyone can get a chance at an opportunity. Because it's one thing to save taxes as a lower income home. It's another thing to have have more prosperity, to grow your job, to grow your business, to have a business, to start a business. And I think that's what the president is aiming for.
Look, what you were talking about, and I want to get into it, Kennedy, at the very end of the Faulkner Focus, Representative Chip Roy and I were watching the lead up, the last few seconds of that final vote, and he said that the cuts that were put in place to make this deal, there are Republicans who, and I would assume he includes himself, are not happy about. And he's hoping that some of that, as Charles has just told us, can be, kind of put back in, I guess, by the House. But the cut down on Green New Deal, and they cut some of that out to make a deal today. The giveaways, this is Chip Roy, representative from Texas, talking, the giveaways furthering the Medicaid scam of, this idea that they're not just trying to get out fraud, but they want to just give money away for Senator Murkowski of Alaska to vote yes for this. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, so a lot of that was offsets from Obamacare. So that was expanding Medicaid for states like Alaska instead of really reforming the system. And it is the way they're doing it, it's still a Band-Aid. It's still a stopgap. And I think they really...
Murkowski basically said, I'll only vote for this bill if you don't do the Medicaid cuts here in Alaska. You can do them in every other state, but I don't want you to do them in my state because obviously they're like bad. Like obviously we know we're evil. Just don't do them here.
Really have to focus more of their attention on these meaningful reforms going forward, because that shouldn't be the thing that kills this bill. That shouldn't be the thing that kills tax cuts. But it opens a very interesting fissure within the party, because you have the constitutionalists like Chip Roy and the Freedom Caucus in the House, and then you have the moderates in the Senate. Like Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, who's up for re-election. And so they're going to push for the more moderate or liberal aspects of this bill that expand government and expand spending, which is a recipe for disaster when you're trying to cut taxes. If you're going to grow the economy, as Charles says, you also have to cut spending. And that's the issue that people like Rand Paul have with the bill.
Kennedy, do you think that it really came as close enough?
That's about enough I can handle listening to women. Yeah, nice. Anyway, the country's pretty much fucked. It goes back to the House now. It needs to be voted on by the House. There actually is a decent chance that Democrats could stop the bill at the House were it not for the fact that they're missing multiple seats because their 80-year-old reps died. Like there are gaps in a very closely split House because 3 since the beginning of the year, Democrats have died from like being old. Doesn't spending boost the economy? That's Keynesianism, also known as communism, also known as your ass is going to Gitmo. Is it not House first, then Senate? You bounce it back when there are changes. Congress needs to put a bill for term limits now and pass it, and pass all the Doge reforms to clean up all the corruption in the government spending. This shit goes so hard if you're a fucking retard.
We are in this. We are leaning on.
A lot of these folks in D.C.
Inherited from the Biden administration in the way of illegal immigration, he said will take a decade to actually clean up and address. And we talked about the brave and efficacious work of ICE agents and DHS right now. But the reality is that we have to go internally and clean house. And so what this OB3 does in the way of resources for that and allocation is really paramount, because I think right now we've successfully, obviously, stopped the floodgates at the border. But the reality is that on the interior front, there's a lot that we don't know. And what we do know is that we need resources for that. And I also spoke with Congressman Rick Crawford from Arkansas, and he talked about the agricultural communities. He said those are the heart and soul of rural America. And when we talk about these tax cuts, I speak with everyone, what is the best for your constituents? What do your people need? It's all the same. That's the entire point, that the massive impact it would have had if this didn't pass or doesn't pass the House. Right. It will be catastrophic and devastating. Child tax credit, families over 68%, small businesses, millions of them. So every single person affected. And the senators Mullen and Tuberville from Alabama and Oklahoma echoed the same. So it may not be perfect, but the reality is it would be devastating if it didn't pass.
You know, just talking about it plainly, as we often do here, Emily, on the couch, if you can imagine struggling under the high inflation of at 9.1% under Joe Biden in the last 4 years, if you can imagine price setting going to higher rates. And
do you know that the dollar has fallen since the beginning of the year more than any first 6 months of a presidency in the past 50 years? Like, this is the worst year so far for the dollar in the past half century. Like, the amount that the dollar has devalued is like greater than the accumulated interest of Biden's presidency in terms of like the severity with regard to like our impact relative to other countries, because other countries experienced inflation too, oftentimes worse than we did. So even though our dollar became worth less, we kept parity for the most part.
Never coming back down. I mean, the inflation has come down precipitously, as President Trump had promised, but the government doesn't set the prices. We're a capitalistic nation. So, you know, those prices are still high. So to take away people's ability to pay for those prices that they've had to be buckled under and struggled under for 4 years with less money to pay for them if this doesn't pass the House, that's inconceivable. That would be punishment on punishment.
My dad he's almost 80. And COVID almost totally destroyed our small family farm and agricultural community. And it was made all the worse because it was in a blue area in Oregon. And the reality is he now does everything himself for all of that reason. The cost cutting that we have to endure because of the suffocation from federal regulations and the states piling in. You are right.
What the fuck are you referring to? What are you referring to?
You cannot afford it. We cannot afford to continue that.
All right, we're covering it. So now the bill, the big, beautiful bill, goes to the U.S. House.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagna.
Fuck you. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty rough. At least the AI provision, the ban on regulation didn't go through. But apart from that, all right, the Elon Trump beef. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a sec. Sheesh. Genuine question, not try to be snarky or anything. You say stuff like this bill will end America, or the right has consolidated all the power, or they own the media. But you mock chatters that might posit extreme ideas like state secession or similar ideas. Well, the problem with state secession isn't that it's extreme, it's that it's retarded. Like the issue there is the viability. Like that's just LARP shit, okay? When I say stuff like the right wing owns the media, that's just factually correct. I'm not really embellishing that at all. The right has consolidated all the power. That's I mean, not all the power, but like, yeah, pretty near, you know? This bill will end America. That's obviously hyperbole. I think it's an artistic flourish. It'll do a lot to damage America. But when people say shit like, it's time for blood in the streets, you're LARPing. You are LARPing. You are trying to derive catharsis from being performative in public, and I find it embarrassing. But I'm 31, and a lot of people who watch my content are not. But that doesn't mean that I can't listen. You have to cramp down on this stuff, because so far the only person who's been making any real effort to improve this country in the recent past is Mamdani, and he did that and is doing that in large part by not being a retard. You know, like Mamdani was like, in his head, I'm sure he was like, it would feel really good to be a performative virtue signaling Twitter leftist, or instead I could use my talents for something good. And now he's the, you know, presumptively the mayor of New York City. So that's the reason I come down hard on that. Trump thinks Senate-approved spending bill will easily pass House. Maybe. Republicans are good at falling in line. Maybe Elon buys their votes. You need to pay better attention. Elon hates this bill. He's threatened to primary anyone who votes for it. The funny thing is that online, the only people that I see talking about the Senate proceedings for the big, beautiful bill are right-wingers who are upset that it's not right-wing enough. Illegals should not get Medicaid. This should not have to be said. So let me get this straight. We cannot kick criminal illegal aliens off of taxpayer-funded free healthcare because we have one single unelected person in the Senate saying no. Are you kidding me right now? What is the point of even voting? The Senate parliamentarian didn't allow that amendment vote to go through through reconciliation. Unelected. The parliamentarian. I'm explaining. Democrats just blocked my amendment to stop illegal immigrants from receiving Medicaid coverage. Why do they want illegal aliens to receive government benefits in the taxpayers' times? The average person isn't even talking about that. Like, the only people I see talking about it really are Republicans saying it needs to be worse. It needs to be more destructive. More people need to die. The death toll needs to go up. We should redo the census and only count Americans. Oh, hi, Charlie Kirk. Elizabeth McDonough stopped the Senate bill from blocking illegals from getting Medicaid. An unelected Senate staffer is thwarting the will of 75 million people who voted to make sure foreign alien invaders aren't getting taxpayer benefits. This is a red line. The Senate needs to change the rules, fire her, or find a solution. This is in the hands of the Senate to find a solution. We have 53 votes figured out. No more excuses. Yeah. So, yeah, the only people who care about this bill are Republicans who want it to be more racist. I feel like America's pretty much getting what it deserves here. I don't know. I'm overstating the case a little bit, but only a little bit. If we're going to cap this off with anything, I think it should be Senator Schumer's epic own.
I raise a point of order against page 1, lines 3 to 5 of the pending amendment, which violates Section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The point of order is sustained. The text will be stricken.
Yep. That's what he posted. That's the thing he posted in response to the Kill Every American bill getting through the Senate, more or less. That's his. We're all gonna die. This shit goes so hard if you're an annoying moderate Dem. Dude, there are no annoying moderate Dems in the real world anymore, okay? The average, like, real-world Democrat is a Maoist now. Dude, seriously, all of these people are on Twitter. The only people who are still doing the, like, moderate centrist Democrat bit are the people who read Iglesias' Substack, and they're all on Twitter. They're not real people. They're not humans. Who fucking cares? Also boomers? No, not really. Nobody likes Schumer. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat it. It's pretty goddamn bad. I don't really know what else to say. I mean, it still has to go to the House. I don't know if they'll find the votes. It might get altered. It might get passed back and forth a bit. The deadline's supposed to be July 4th. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Maybe dumb question. Sorry. It's okay. I know what chat I'm reading. Do the Twitter right-wing Nazis not care their family members could lose Medicaid, or do they not even know? They just don't care. They don't care. They absolutely do not care. There is nothing a Twitter neo-Nazi cares about less than the well-being of the humans in their life who have either been failed by them or failed them, okay? These are not people with loving homes. Vosh, would it technically be a genocide to outlaw living in rural counties? No, and I like what I like the direction your mind is going in. I agree. We do need to have plans for when the Democrats take power back. We need big, innovative, bold ideas. We're going to do like an American version of when the Soviets sent soldiers to like every rural village. From Moscow to East Siberia, you know? They find people living in varying states, you know, anywhere in time from the 1900s to the 1400s. And they're like, you will read this book. You will learn this language. dropping fucking airborne divisions into the mountains of Appalachia so they can storm local communities and introduce like the people's history of the United States to everyone. You will read this book. You will wear these glasses. But the kids can't read. Neither can you. What is this bill's passage actually going to mean for working Americans? Aside from Medicaid and SNAP cuts, will federal taxes increase? How does it affect income? A lot of people are going to lose Medicaid. A lot of people are going to lose SNAP. Work requirements are going to tighten significantly. If you're in a lower income bracket, you're going to make less money than before because taxes are actually going to go up for you. Like, well, not taxes, but your take-home pay is going to go down due to the average loss of other benefits, you know, because poor Americans benefit from like subsidies and shit. If you're wealthy, you get more money, so that's cool. It's a bunch of others. There's a lot of stuff in there, man. It's pretty much all bad. Like, there's nothing good in the bill. There's nothing, like, the bill is exclusively bad things. Oh yeah, they're adding a copay on Medicaid. They're adding a $35 copay on Medicaid. So even if your medical procedure is covered by Medicaid, you know, like if you're poor enough to get it, now you'll have a copay. $35. It's which makes no difference to the government, like budget-wise, but it is enough to make you unhappy if you're poor, which is the point. Unless you're wealthy. Wealthy people don't use Medicaid. It will piss off so many MAGA voters. Nah, it won't. Every MAGA voter who loses Medicaid coverage will say, oh my God, I am the one exception to an otherwise perfect bill. And the only reason I got removed is because an illegal immigrant somewhere is taking my Medicaid coverage. What would your ideal budget bill be? My ideal budget bill would probably be written with, like, crayon and feces, or maybe blood, possibly. It'll lock me in a room for 12 hours. I'd come out with some shit that looks like it was ripped from the pages of the Necronomicon. It would be bad to implement it, but it would be mostly bad for the right people, if you understand what I'm talking about. I gotta send that shit over to the editors. What do you think? Maybe, like, they passed it, we're screwed? Something like that? Okay, let me send that over. Am I logged into Dropbox? Yes. That's good. Dude, I am so happy that someone in chat or whatever linked the Adam Freeland show clip, because I've been watching the fuck out of that stuff. I need to go back and, like, actually watch Cumtown. I've only seen, like, some episodes. I never really took the time to, like, properly listen. I don't know. I wonder if Cumtown would be, like, annoying because Adam keeps getting interrupted. Not to say, like, Nick or Stav aren't fun to listen to. Obviously they are. More like, normally people, like, talking over each other sometimes pisses me off a bit. Did you watch Destiny's episode? Yeah, I did. I watched Destiny's, Finkelstein's. I've seen a lot. The Grass Tyson. Will the emergence of Mamdani significantly change things for Trump during his term? Can you bend forward and suck your own dick? Can you do that? I could do that in high school. Could you do that? That's what I thought. When I was more flexible. I'm tall and I have a long torso, and like I'm pretty hung, so it was possible for me. Ruben, what are you yapping about? Okay, hold on. We have to do like politics and shit, but what if I like showed off the cat? Hold on. Little buddy. Wow. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you yapping about? You look so sleepy, but you had the energy to meow really loud. Mwah. Shirt! My shirt! Oh, it's an expensive shirt. Get your goddamn claws out of my shirt. What? Mwah. Mwah. He always looks so angry. Dude, he's the sweetest little cat in the world. But when you pick him up, he wants to get set down because he wants to get chased around, you know? But he's never mad. Like, you can bother him forever, and then you set him down, and he'll, like, flop so you can pet him. You know? Like, he's never actually mad. He just gets wiggly when you hold him because he's high energy. Yeah, he's not a cuddly cat. Capella is cuddly. Ruben's not, because he just wants to run around and play. Apologies for my bad taste joke, Vosh. I'll be more conscientious of what I chat going forward. For one, I'd already forgotten until you messaged me with a dono, but I do appreciate the dono. For two, I didn't mute you for an hour because it was bad taste. I muted you because it was a rhetorical question. It's not the day for that. I woke up at 6 a.m., okay? I'm feeling productive today. I don't need to come into chat and get, I don't need people to fucking soft pitch me, you know, their rhetoric setup. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, I was making a point. Has anyone listened to Come Town recently? I'm not asking how it's held up. I know it's held up fine. What I'm asking is, like, is it fucking annoying after listening to, like, Stavrnik or Adam on their own? You know? Like now that you've heard them talk on their own, it's like, oh, I prefer letting them have a moment to speak, whereas with Come Town, they're all fucking yelling and talking over each other. It's a bit annoying at times. I guess it's part of the charm. It's part of the charm. I have no clue what you're talking about. Then why are you talking? Is that what you do at the cookout? Two brothers having a conversation about some cultural touch point you're not familiar with. You walk up, your white ass goes, I don't know what you're talking about. Is that what you would do? Jesus. I'm the type of guy to say yippee when I get the plate at the cookout. I will say yippee. I'm whimsy pilled, okay? I will say yippee and I'll defend it. I say howdy. And I will say yippee. Absolutely I will. 100%. I've been thinking about being a little bit more active. I got an email from somebody who works at YDSA, and they were like, you need to start pitching DSA more. And the God's honest truth is, like, I have nothing against the DSA on principle. I just hate how decentralized it is, because I feel like a lot of the DSA chapters are full of losers. Politically ineffective losers. Obviously, New York City DSA is great. Let's not... Okay, there's no way around it. NYC DSA is great, okay? Clearly. They're a real organization. What about Seattle DSA? You know, I've never even looked. I wonder, if I went there, would they all throw rocks at me? They probably couldn't kill me. I bet I'm stronger than the average Seattle DSA member. Vosh can't find time for Come Town but watches Destiny, for fuck's sake. What the fuck are you talking about? What a reach. Stretch Armstrong over here. The management for DSA needs an overhaul. I don't like that it's decentralized. I'm sorry. Fake anarchist. Fake anarchist. They're saying, oh, he doesn't believe in anarchism. Okay, sorry. My apologies, all right? It is true. I like centralized, well-coordinated socialist organizations. Why is it leftists are so much more divided than right? Because right-wingers like winning and leftists like jerking off. Zoran has also talked about centralizing DSA. Would you say you support a vanguard? No, that's a different thing. Speaking of Destiny, have you seen this clip? No. That's your tee-up? How long have you been holding on to that? Check out Nick Mullen's full stand-up special if you haven't. Pretty funny. No, I haven't seen it. It's on the Adam Freeland show, right? It's like fucking 3 hours or something. You know, I saw Stavros live. I saw him over at the Moore Theater in Seattle. Honestly, it was a bop. I really enjoyed it. Did he roast you? I'm not fucking making myself known. There's a decent chance Stav knows who I am. I'm not engaging in that. I am not being subjected to fucking crowd work. I chose nosebleed seats, okay? The risk of being in the front row and getting in any way, shape, or form implicated? Absolutely not. Stabby held the show together, IMO. I've been watching Tires on Netflix. You guys seen Tires? It's a bunch of comedians doing... I mean, they're all basically just jerking off on the script, I think. It's good. Is it good? I like it. Stav's there. No, been watching Andor, lol. Typical. Typical. Yeah, let me take a look at Mabdani. We're going to talk a lot about Mabdani today, obviously. Do you get, like, love confession emails and stuff? I imagine all big YouTubers get those. I don't get love confession emails. I do get, like, haha, wouldn't we be great friends if we hung out emails? Which the answer is, like, no, we wouldn't be. You have no idea what I'm like in person. You couldn't even begin to fathom. It would be over for you instantly. I don't blame it. You know, a lot of people are... I don't want to say lonely. I always imagine we'd have fun arguing over stuff. See, that's exactly what I mean. I fucking hate arguing with my friends. I hate that shit. I used to like it, now I don't. Now it's work. That's the thing. Now when I'm arguing, I'm thinking like, fucking... Now it's my fault. Might as well boot up the stream. I could be getting paid for this, you know. Now when I'm with I'm gonna turn into a wife guy, right? Now I'm you know, argue over what the best food is or whatever, and I'm just like, I don't care. Whatever you say is correct. Thank you, dear. I don't want to fucking argue. I assume you're insufferable IRL, always talking about fashion, indie games, and chores and shit. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's not false. I am insufferable. I'm deeply unlikable in person. So don't even try. I did get recognized by a lot of people at Seattle Pride. I was serving cunt at Seattle Pride, by the way. I looked good. A lot of people don't. Hey, who askers? Who the fuck asked? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Now I gotta piss again. God damn. I drank a lot of I had 2 cups of coffee and a Gatorade. Oh, by the way, diet's fucked, lads. The diet's fucked. Thought I got the no sugar Gatorades. I didn't. I got the regular Gatorades. 140 cal per drink. It's over. A pound of fat is 3,500 calories. So if you think about like the I've consumed an extra pound of fat worth of Gatorade. Never drink calories? Well, no, that's why I get the no sugar Gatorade normally. Vosh out here living the attractive woman experience of having to pretend to be annoying or crazy to get the persistent ones to leave him alone. Why can't I be authentically annoying or crazy? Oh, why can't hot women also be annoying and crazy? Why can't we have that? It doesn't have to be pretend. Why can't I live that authentically? Why can't that be a real part of my life? You should just try smiling more. I can't smile. You've probably noticed I can't smile with my teeth. When I smile, I purse my lips. It's not like intentional. It just happens. I can't smile very good. I keep telling myself I need to practice in the mirror. If I ever like red carpet, shit, but I need to actually do that. Isn't the fake sugar worse than regular sugar in drinks? Like with Diet Coke? The answer? No. As far as people can tell, no. The reason people get mad about that is because they want to punish people for drinking soda. Like you should suffer for it. So it doesn't feel fair that you can drink a version of soda that tastes good, but also is like 0 cal basically. But honestly, no. Like the aspartame or whatever the fuck they have instead of sugar, it tastes like sugar basically. Not quite as good, but basically. And you don't process, you don't turn it into calories. Your body doesn't metabolize it like that. The cancer shit is fake. It tastes good. It's fine. Motherfucker. It spikes insulin, but doesn't satisfy the insulin, so it makes your insulin sensitivity plummet. Okay, well, maybe there are downsides if you drink a fuck ton of it or whatever, but if I have like 1 or 2 0 cal, or 10 calorie actually, Gatorades a day, it's not gonna fucking kill me, okay? A day? Yeah, 1 or 2 Gatorades a day, okay? Still true in small amounts? Then I'll die! Is that what you want me to say? Then my time on this earth is limited. I'm focusing on the calories right now, okay? Jesus. Do you think Ozempic is BS? Nah, it works. The problem is that if you lose weight via Ozempic, you've cleared the fat out of your stomach, but not out of your heart, you know? Because if you get off Ozempic, because eventually you get off Ozempic, do you have the lifestyle choices to keep being healthy? And if you can, then fuck it, who cares? Yeah, if you do Ozempic and you're like, I'm going to get into walking once a day, I'm going to get into lifting weights, I'm going to get into eating healthier, and then you end the Ozempic and you keep those strategies up, great. That's great. That's great. Yeah, that's fucking whatever helps. But if you do it and you're just treating it like a belly band, and then you lose the weight and you get off Ozempic, and afterwards you're like, well, I'm skinny now, so I can just keep doing whatever. I'm just like, the most important thing are the lifestyle changes in the long term. That's what's good for your health. As a diabetic, I just don't like non-diabetics using drugs meant for us. That's retarded. Drugs do what drugs do. it took me 20 years to gain this much weight. If I lost it with Ozempic, it'd take me 20 years to put it back on. Man, your metabolism is not what it was 20 years ago. I'm just saying, listen, feel free to put that into like to test that theory, but hey, you do you, okay? Speaking of Destiny, do you think he's actually pro-Israel or is it a grift? Why don't you ask him? I haven't fucking talked to the guy in like 3 years. You should. I don't know. I don't even know what color his hair is right now. You should ask him. Who's speaking of Destiny? You're holding that in? I still have to piss. God. Then we're doing Mabdani. Okay? I just want to see. I just want to see. Yeah, I need some fucking harachas. I got some a while ago, but they didn't fit my feet properly, and they stretched out too much. I need to get some harachas. That's American. That was fast. You people suck at pissing, and I'm tired of pretending that I'm the outlier, okay? I have no idea what the fuck... Are you all nervous pissers? I don't understand what's wrong with you guys. It's literally like the fastest thing in the world. It's so fast to piss. Do you have trouble aiming? Do you have to wipe up the seat afterwards? What are you doing wrong? We wash our hands? Wash hands! Leave. Literally like 8 seconds. Don't tell me, are you using soap to wash your hands because the tip of your middle finger touched the top of the shaft of your penis for like 8 seconds? Is that for you? Like, is your dick in a state where for you that's like, it's not enough to have water. I need antibacterial soap on the scene stat. You don't use soap after pissing in my house? Yeah, if you shit or do anything, really. What is wrong with your dicks? I'm not joking. You're nasty. You're fucking nasty. You people with your goddamn skid marks are going to come to me and patronize to me because you're surprised I'm not living my life in a way that compensates for your disgusting lifestyle. I have no idea what is wrong with the top of the shaft of your penis that lightly touching it with the tip of your middle finger for 8 seconds could possibly require. You need the lipid, the anti-lipid, the breaking down of the soap. You need the anti. What diseases are on your dick? I don't have syphilis. Do you have syphilis? If I had syphilis, I would wash my hands with soap. You can piss without touching your dick? Sure, if you wanna. Do you, I don't know. This reminds me a little bit of that one time that I mentioned, like, yeah, of course I pee in the shower, everyone does, and that's how I learned there are people in chat who actually think it's gross to pee in the shower, which immediately then makes me wonder, like, what the fuck is wrong with your piss? Or, like, do you think pee in the shower means you, like, pee up? Like, you grab your dick and you start hitting all the parts of the shower wall that the water doesn't reach or something? Those people are lying. Why would you admit that? Why would you admit what? What? What other inane shit is gross to you people? Do you wash your ass in the shower? Do you touch your butt? Or do you like let the water just drip down? You people are fucking repulsive, okay? This is why we couldn't be friends if we met in person, all right? I hope to God the people who recognize me at Pride aren't you people fucking mushrooms growing on the tip of your finger after you piss, not washing your ass in the shower. Urine stains the bathroom tub? No, the fuck it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I don't know where you read that. It's not true. I don't know if your like mom told you that because she didn't want you pissing in the shower or something. No, it fucking doesn't. It doesn't happen. That's not real. Urine in the tub contributes to mold growth. Vosh, you're wrong. You're pissing in the acrylic or fiberglass tub. Are you getting mold on your fucking sterile white tub, like porcelain? What are you talking about? The mold grows on like caulking and shit. Are you pissing on the when you piss in the shower? Are you like time to hit the fucking walls? What are you talking about? Like, and by the way, water contributes mold growth, and there is water in piss. There's also water coming out of the shower head. Do you think the urate crystals are causing mold growth? It's the water. Also, clean your bathtub. Peeing in the shower has been shown to affect bladder control. What are you talking about? You people are crazy. You know what? This is the problem with the internet. It's made everyone a petty little expert, okay? Everyone reads an article, or they half remember reading an article from 2018, and then their entire life, they become subject experts, and their whole life is guided by like this weird tidbit of non-knowledge they've obtained. So, peasant brain should stick with peasant literature, okay? You should be pissing in the shower because it feels good and it's easy, all right? That's the continuity between your intuition and reality. You should be in the shower and go, okay, and just let it out, all right? You shouldn't be denying yourself that because of some half knowledge, okay? Why the fuck did you people insist that I talk about this for 20 minutes? Jesus.
In Northwest Queens, parts of Astoria, Long Island City. And most importantly, I am a proud member of Queens DSA, New York City DSA, and the Democratic Socialists of America. So I want to start by taking us back to March 11th of 2021.
9/11? No, that's 3/11, I believe. Hold your horses, because Mamdani's actually been on a roll. If we're going to talk about Mamdani, we should consolidate a little bit, don't you think? Don't you think we should be a little bit more responsible? People who insist that I talk about piss for 20 minutes? Mamdani officially won the Democratic primary today. He didn't get more than 50% of the vote in the first round, though he did get a significant plurality of the vote. Now, at round 3, he wins with a stunning 12-point lead over Cuomo. Actually crazy. Actually crazy. To go from a nobody, a state assemblyman, to beating a dynastic former governor, a Cuomo. I mean, a governor, his father's a governor. Cuomo, you know, in like 100% name recognition. Dunked into the fucking trash can. It's really impressive. It is Quover. It is Quover. Maybe some negative name recognition. Jesus Christ, knotted alpaca. You people have anxiety disorders. Anyway, no, we're getting off that. I hope he's not a new Fetterman. No wonder I'm going to crush your balls in a vice. Quit being a fucking pessimist, okay? Dude, when right-leaning people have a win, they're like, yes, now we get to kill more black people. Yes. When left people get a win, they're like, okay, I guess I'll postpone the suicide another day. I hope this doesn't turn out like the last time I got my hopes up. You need to dial that shit the fuck back, okay? Because you can think you're qualifying it, but it is antithetical to the enthusiasm that you need, right? Like, Mamdani will never rule. We will never get the Mamdani, like, caliphate that we need if the support for him is like, I hope he doesn't turn out like AOC, you know? You need to, well, you've got to hype him up. Got to hype him up. 12-point win is crazy. 12-point win is crazy. I was saying, if he won by 4 points in whatever round he finally tipped over 50%, that would be a dream. But he won by 12. What a goddamn, what a hero, man. Yeah, he put out a video recently. I haven't seen it. I know what it's about, you know, vaguely, more or less, talking point wise. He basically put out a video saying, see Dems, that's how you do it. Mamdani, educate me.
1 week ago, we shocked the establishment and redrew the political map with a campaign relentlessly focused on the needs of working people. Since then, a lot of people have asked me if I was surprised by the results. In some ways, I was. We always thought our victory would come after multiple rounds of ranked choice voting. So when we got more first-round votes than Eric Adams got in 7 rounds in the last election, it was astonishing. But in other ways, this was always the plan. We wanted to rebuild a coalition that had frayed over years of disappointment and neglect, to win people back to a Democratic Party that puts working people first. So let's break it down. Last November, New York City saw some of the biggest shifts towards Donald Trump of anywhere in the country. Much of it took place in working class and immigrant neighborhoods. A few days after the election, we went to Hillside Avenue in Queens and Fordham Road in the Bronx, not to lecture, but to listen. And what we heard was a desire to bring down the cost of living. That was our focus, and many of those voters came back. Brighton Beach went for Trump by 44 points. Last week, we won it by 16.
Sheesh.
College Point was a plus 11 Trump neighborhood. We took it by 8 points. We saw similar or even bigger swings in Bath Beach, Astoria Heights, and the North Shore of Staten Island. The headline is clear. We can win back voters many have written off if we give them something to vote for, not just tell them what to be against. When Eric Adams eked out a win by 7,000 votes 4 years ago, he called it a mandate and pronounced himself the new face of the Democratic Party. Even then, it was a little ridiculous.
Yeah, again, remember what we looked at the other day? When Adams barely managed to eke out a win, he was invited to the fucking White House. He met with Pelosi and Cap Hill. He met with Biden in the White House. They were like, oh, great, New York City mayor. The Democratic establishment is barely acknowledging Mamdani, and when they do, it's with it's with gloved hands. You know, they are terrified of him because they know what he represents, right? Bringing Adams in is fine because Adams is not in any way, shape, or form a threat to the Democratic Party donor base or to AIPAC, and Mamdani is. So they're like, ooh, we don't want to. Oh, I don't like that one. That looks scary. We don't want to. We don't want to make anybody mad.
But in some neighborhoods, he did put up impressive margins. Take Flatbush, for example. Eric Adams dominated there, double digits ahead of his next rival. On Tuesday, there was also a double-digit victory, except it was for us, over Andrew Cuomo. We flipped Crown Heights by 45 points, North Corona by 33, and Jamaica by a staggering 57 points. These are the outer borough voters that Eric Adams said he'd bring with him to City Hall. He served as donors instead. Whether we're talking about young voters, older voters, or just plain disaffected New Yorkers, no campaign in recent history has been as successful at driving new voter registrations, especially in the 100 days before the election. Just take a look at this graph. According to the Times...
Wait. I thought... Because there was the data on young voters that turned out to be incorrect that got amended. The actual numbers of like who turned out for Mamdani in the election are still incredibly impressive and skew very young. But they aren't the same as what was initially published. But I don't think that's what he's showing here.
In the 14 days before the registration deadline, about 37,000 people registered to vote. That's over 10 times the number of new registrations over the same period of time in the 2021 mayoral primary. As a result, we won big with 0 prime voters, New Yorkers who had not voted in any recent mayoral primary. For instance, in Gravesend, at least 32% of all voters were first-time primary voters.
That's psychotic, by the way. Stats like this, they're like the kind of thing that you would hear about in a news scroll in a fantasy world about a guy who then goes on to become like galactic president. It's the kind of shit you would expect to hear about FDR, basically, you know? Like, oh yeah, man, of course. Yeah, he's putting up Assadist numbers on the registrations. Of course he is, obviously, it's FDR. But it's not FDR, it's Mamdani.
Most campaigns focus on triple primes, New Yorkers who voted in the last 3 primaries. But this strategy ignores most of our city. Yet we knew that we could turn them out if they saw themselves in our policies. We ran a campaign that tried to talk to every New Yorker. Whether I could speak their language,
आपकी वजह से हमने $8 million रेज किया है, 6 लाख से ज़्यादा दरवाजे खटखटाए हैं,
or just tried.
Que se comprometa al bienestar.
All the words are new. And the coalition that came out on Tuesday reflected the mosaic of these 5 primes.
As a West Coaster, the idea of like guy who can speak, that's Urdu, right? A guy who can speak Urdu, but not Spanish is incredibly funny to me. It's Hindi? Okay. It's like a bit.
We won South Asian neighborhoods by huge margins in places like City Line, Ozone Park, Jamaica Hills. We won Latino neighborhoods like Corona, Washington Heights, Pelham Bay, and Woodhaven. We won many of the same Chinese voters that turned out for Trump.
Urdu and Hindi are part of the same language. Have Indian people considered making their shit less confusing? Just a thought. You look at the ethnic and linguistic breakup of India, and it looks like a fucking Jackson Pollock painting, you know? Get your shit together.
In Flushing, Chinatown, and Bensonhurst. And in the final months of the campaign, we narrowed Andrew Cuomo's once sizable lead with black voters, outright winning young black New Yorkers in neighborhoods like Harlem and Flatbush. Andrew Cuomo and his super PAC spent more than $31 million. That's about $87 per vote. We were focused on affordability, and it cost us only $19 per vote. But what you did for us was worth so much more than what money could buy. The result? We shattered everyone's expectations, including our own. A Cuomo spokesperson put it best, saying they had not foreseen our ability to, quote, expand the electorate in such a way that no turnout model or poll was able to capture.
It's a perfect point right there. Like, I guess it's perfectly representative that people like Cuomo and the teams around them don't really think of being a politician as representing people. They think in terms of consultancy, they think in terms of advertising and brand dealing, right? They think of it like Mad Men. You know, it's like, well, here's the demographic, here's the market, how do you best capture that existing market? They don't think, you know, you're representing New York City, right? We're talking about primary numbers. The number of people who vote in the Democratic mayoral primary is just a tiny fraction of the total number of people who live in New York City. Like, there's a lot of people who aren't represented in this. You can reach out to those people.
Capture. Conventional wisdom says the left can only win low turnout elections. We rewrote the rule book by, get this, talking to New Yorkers. Politics in this city won't ever be the same, and it's all thanks to you. The next chapter begins today, New York.
He's so good, man. He's so good. He's so good. He's so good. Yeah, I saw he did an NBC News interview. I hadn't actually seen the interview. I know he said here there shouldn't be billionaires, which led to a bunch of people on the right freaking out and a bunch of people on the left. By on the left, I mean Democrats, I guess. So not really on the left. Going like staying quiet, you know, because we know what their positions actually are.
Welcome back. A stunning political upset. And joining me now is Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. There is
one other glaze, by the way, one more rope to paint his face. One thing I really liked is Mamdani at the Pride Parade in New York City. He didn't hold up the progress flag. He held up the trans flag, which I really, really, really like because it's so explicit and so in your face, right? Normally, you'd expect the progress flag, right? It's all, but you fucking know Mamdani's pro-gay. No one thinks otherwise, right? It's a statement, explicit statement, right? Like, these are the people who are under attack, right? These are the people, to make it clear, I'm not hiding behind the progress flag as like a general generic advocacy for progressive causes and social progressivism and such and such. I'm specifically planting my feet on like the line that has been drawn. Love this guy. Love this guy.
so much to discuss. We have to start with your remarkable victory in the primary for mayor. You're 33 years old. As I just said, you started out at close to 0% in the polls, Mr. Mamdani. You came back to topple one of the biggest names in New York politics, Andrew Cuomo. What was the secret to your success? Do you think it was your message? Do you think that voters were voting against Andrew Cuomo? A little bit of both? How do you see it?
I think ultimately it was the focus on the fact that we live in the most expensive city in the United States of America. It's also the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty, and the rest are seemingly trapped in a state of anxiety. And what we've seen is that this is a city that needs to be affordable for the people who build it every day. Our focus was on exactly that. And by keeping that focus on an economic agenda, we showed New Yorkers that this could be more than just a museum of what once was. It could be a living, breathing testament to possibility.
Well, let me ask you about what I was just discussing with Senator Chris Murphy. The fact that you have leaders Schumer, leaders Hakeem Jeffrey, who wrote very nice things about your victory, said you'd won a very strong campaign, have not endorsed you. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has endorsed you. Do you think the Democratic establishment is afraid of you?
I think that people are catching up to this election. This is an election that went against so much of the analysis that had been told about our party and where we needed to head to. And ultimately, what we're showing is that by putting working people first, by returning to the roots of the Democratic Party, we actually have a path out of this moment where we're facing authoritarianism in Washington, D.C.
Well, let's talk about your policies, your vision for this city. Here are some of the things you've proposed. Free buses, rent.
Did you see Mamdani's NPR interview? One thing at a damn time. Also, the NPR interview, it was 10 hours ago, so of course I haven't, and is 36 minutes long. That might be another day, but we'll keep it on the docket. Thank you.
Stabilized housing, a $30 minimum wage, the creation of city-owned grocery stores. It's a very long list of proposals. So let me ask you, if you were to be elected the next mayor of New York, what would your day one priority be?
The first thing is living up to these promises that I've made, because I've made them because I intend to keep them. And in a city of about 8.5 million people, close to 2.5 million New Yorkers live in rent-stabilized housing. The mayor, through a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, sets whether or not those rents increase or stay the same. The previous mayoral administration froze the rent 3 times. This one, led by Mayor Adams, increased it by 9%.
Actually just did it again, by the way, right? Didn't Adams just do it again by another 4.5%? Like yesterday or something.
So the first thing that I would do is start to constitute a board that votes in reflection of reality.
3%?
And the reality I'm speaking of is that the median household income of those tenants is $60,000 a year. The landlords of those units have seen their profits increase by 12%. It's time for relief for working class New Yorkers.
Okay, well, of course, the big question is, how are you going to pay for it? You've proposed increasing taxes on wealthier New Yorkers. The Democratic governor, though, of your state, Kathy Hochul, says she's not going to support increasing taxes in order to get it across the finish line.
Or endorse him in the election, it seems. I have seen people worry that this might turn out kind of like a Brandon Johnson effort. I think Brandon Johnson's failure, comes down to a lot. I think that he was unable to secure a mandate, fundamentally. Like, he was able to win, but not mobilize a transformatively large base of Chicago residents that could allow him to kind of like put pressure where it needed to be put, you know? Like, he's progressive on paper, and I'm not saying he's inauthentic, but he doesn't have the energy that you need to follow through on those promises, which leaves a bitter taste in a lot of people's mouths, I think.
Let you take a listen to a little bit of what she had to say recently and respond on the other side. Here she is.
I'm not raising taxes on people at a time when affordability is the big issue. I'm actually cutting middle class taxes.
Even on the wealthy.
I don't want to lose any more people to go to Palm Beach. We've lost enough.
How are you going to raise taxes if you can't get Democrats to support it?
So I think what we've shown over the last 8 months is our ability to take that which is considered a non-starter and make it seem inevitable. We've shown that with this campaign, and ultimately we're seeing that our vision to tax the top 1% of New Yorkers, these are New Yorkers who make $1 million a year or more, and our proposal is to just tax them by 2% additional, is something that has broad support and will continue to increase that support over the next few months and years.
So you think you're going to be able to twist Governor Hochul's arm and get her to support raising taxes? I mean, what about the fact that she says she's concerned New Yorkers workers might leave. They might go to Florida.
I think it's time for a leadership that doesn't twist arms, but rather...
if you want to avoid going to a state that's having like a cost of living crisis, Florida might be. Florida's not doing great right now.
Builds partnership, and I'm looking forward to having that with the governor, because ultimately my policies, my vision, it's driven by an assessment of what's actually happening. The Fiscal Policy Institute found that the top 1% of New Yorkers leave at 1/4 the rate of other income groups, and when they do leave, it's actually to other states considered high tax, New Jersey, California. So it's not fiscal policy, it's quality of life. And ultimately, the reason I want to increase these taxes on the top 1%, the most profitable corporations, is to increase quality of life for everyone, including those who are going to be taxed.
Here's how the Washington Post editorial board wrote about your proposals. They say a massive minimum wage would depress low-skilled employment.
Claim they've been making every single time any place increases minimum wage. You know what the minimum wage is in Seattle? $20.76. All those jobs still exist. They've been saying this time and time again, years and years and years. It's been proven to be not true.
His rent freeze would reduce the housing supply and decrease its quality. Cutting bus fares would leave a transit funding hole that, unless somehow filled, would erode service. Meanwhile, the grocery business operates on thin margins, and his plan for city-run stores would probably lead to fewer options, poor service, and shortages. Mr. Mamdani, are your proposals going to hurt the very people?
I noticed that they didn't provide any evidence to those claims. They just sort of said it, you know? They're just like, yeah, basically Mamdani's a socialist, so it's going to be like breadlines or something. I don't know. Breadlines, the thing that we kind of termed and thought of in the context of the American Great Depression. When the fuck did breadlines become a socialist thing? They were here. That's what, when people say, oh, like breadlines, they're referring to the Great Depression in America, the thing caused by banks and capitalism. They were here. Why do we like, oh, bank lines like the Soviet, or bread lines like the Soviet Union? They were here. We did them.
You're trying to help?
Not at all. There have been many in editorial board who have had concerns, and what we've shown is that more than 400,000 New Yorkers are excited about this vision. And the reason they're excited about it is one that is in line with the scale of the crisis in this city. I mean, we are talking about our tax base growing smaller and smaller each day, with New Yorkers leaving to New Jersey, to Pennsylvania, to Connecticut. If we do not meet this moment, we will lose this city. And our proposals are ones that are thought out. They are ones that are also clearly going to be funded by these revenue streams. I'll give you an example. When we talk about grocery stores, I've put forward a proposal for a pilot of one grocery store in each borough. These are 5 grocery stores that would cost $60 million in a city budget of more than $113 billion. And ultimately, the reason that we are so excited by them is we've seen that they've worked in Kansas. We've seen that when a feasibility study was done in Chicago, it was shown to be something that was not only feasible, but pressing and urgent in an urban setting. And finally, it costs less than half of what the city's already set to spend on subsidizing corporate supermarkets without any guarantee of cheaper prices, any guarantee of collective bargaining agreements, or that they accept SNAP or WIC.
Well, you take me to my next question about grocery stores. Some executives, including one of the top grocery stores owners, billionaires, threatening to shut down his supermarket in the city. John Catsimatidis, who runs Gristedes grocery chain, you're probably very familiar with him. He said this on election day, quote, if the city of...
It's so annoying that no matter what interview he's subjected, like all these interviews are identical. Everyone has the exact same talking points. Like the tone shifts a little bit, but it's always, here are the 5 things that a group of like consultants, lobbyists, BlackRock, executives, you know, and Zionists said about you. Can you like debunk all of them again for the 8th time? You know, John Catsimatidis, Catsimatidis. This is a Greek name, I assume. No one fucking cares. I've seen New Yorkers talk about this guy and about his locations. Overpriced, low quality, no one fucking cares, you know? Why the fuck? Like, it's insane how little artifice there is, to the point of, like, if you are wealthy, your dog shit retard opinions that dribbled out of your asshole mouth get taken seriously. You can like flood the Ask desk of a New York City mayoral primary winner just by virtue of being wealthy and having a bad opinion.
New York is going socialist, I will definitely close or sell or move or franchise the Gristedes locations. In order to run New York City successfully as mayor, do you not need the support of a billionaire businessman like John Catsimatidis?
I don't know if I need his support specifically, but I want to make clear that my vision for this city is a vision for every single New Yorker, including business leaders across the city. And the reason I say that is that my proposals, even the ones to increase the top corporate tax rate of New York to match that of New Jersey, are ones that would also benefit those business leaders. Because when I have conversations with them, what I also hear is the just how expensive this city is preventing them from attracting and retaining the talent they need to grow their business. And ultimately, I'm looking forward to having those meetings, having those sit downs to make clear why this vision would benefit all.
We went on your website and realized there's a policy proposal that says your plan, and I'm going to quote it for folks, is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed.
Fuck, he's so fucking good, dude. She tries to make it like, well, you're racializing it. And he's like, well, no, you're racializing it. I'm merely describing the phenomenon. God, oh my God. He didn't get baited into defending like death to all whites or whatever, you know?
We've seen time and again that this is a property tax system that is inequitable. It's one that actually Eric Adams ran on saying that he would change in the first 100 days. He's since sought to defend it and lost at every juncture in court.
And I understand you're saying we're simply describing the types of neighborhoods that would see these increase in taxes. And yet, by invoking race, do you run the risk of potentially alienating key constituents?
I think I'm just naming things as they are. And ultimately, the thing that motivates me...
If you are a Democrat voter and you are upset by the factual claim that you have a dichotomy between like wealthy white suburbs outside of the city core and more racially diverse neighborhoods inside the city core, if that dynamic, if like literally describing the American redlining white flight dynamic triggers you, then you're not going to vote for Mamdani anyway. And it's disgusting that NBC would like try to elevate this claim as though it was Fox News. Like, this is a right-wing complaint. Like, are you fucking kidding me? The idea that like the suburbs are largely white, it's not groundbreaking stuff, really.
This is to create a system of fairness. It is not to work backwards from a racial assessment of neighborhoods or our city. Rather, it's to ensure that we actually have an equal playing field. And right now, what we see with the property tax system is one that is overtaxing a number of New Yorkers and undertaxing others, and an inability of political will to resolve that.
So no plans to change that language on your website?
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
The focus here is to actually ensure a fair property tax system, and that the use of that language is just an assessment of the neighborhood.
All right. You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Well, let me ask you about what Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has had to say. He's had a lot to say about your campaign. He called you a communist. Because he's the president, I want to give you a chance to respond directly to him.
Dude, this is such bullshit. You gave that fucking idiot Greek store owner in New York City, like don't pretend that you're only airing this right-wing grievance claim because he's the president. You're doing it from everyone. Here's what the Washington Post editorial board, known for being retarded, had to say about you. Here's what a random grocery store businessman said about you. Like, don't pretend you're, because listen, normally I wouldn't dignify Trump on this program, but because he's the president, we'll hear him out. Jesus Christ.
How do you respond? Are you a communist?
No, I am not. And I have already had to start to get used to the fact that the president will talk about how I look, how I sound, where I'm from, who I am, ultimately because he wants to distract from what I'm fighting for. And I'm fighting for the very working people that he ran a campaign to empower that he has since then betrayed. And when we talk about my politics, I call myself a democratic socialist in many ways inspired by the words of Dr. King from decades ago, who said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There has to be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And as income inequality has declined nationwide, it has increased in New York City. And
it is crazy that literally every even remotely democratic thinker from like ancient Greece all the way up to the 1980s believed that income inequality had to be fought. Like literally, every time democracy came up in the context of economics and wealth inequality, people were like, look, you gotta check wealth inequality. It can't get that bad. It can't get that bad, Like, for all time, Adam Smith, everyone. And then Q Reagan, neoconservatism, and then after Clinton, neoliberalism, and that's gone. Like, that's not even a thing. Now both sides agree. The discussion shifted. And now both sides are on the same page on one issue, which is that there is nothing wrong with a person having an infinite amount of wealth. There is no longer any moral problem with infinite wealth accumulation. There's no longer like a point past which it's like an unacceptable amount.
Ultimately, what we need is a city where every single person can thrive.
All right. Stay right there. We are going to take a quick break. More of our exclusive conversation with Zoran Mamdani when we come
exclusive conversation where you repeat the exact same talking points that the other 3 interviewers that have watched Talk to Zoran Mamdani said. Yeah. It's very good. It's very good. You're making the most of the opportunity.
Thank you so much for sticking around for more questions. Let's talk about immigration, deportation. Are you committed to keeping New York as a sanctuary city?
Absolutely, because ultimately we've seen that this is a policy that has kept New Yorkers safe for decades. It's a policy that had previously been defended by Democrats and Republicans alike until the fear-mongering of this current mayor. And it's a policy that we've seen ensures that New Yorkers can get out of the shadows and into the full life of the city that they belong to. And it's one that I will be proud to stand up for.
Well, the border czar, Tom Homan, has said that he is planning to deploy ICE agents to New York, worksite enforcement to essentially increase and enhance the number of ICE agents here. If that happens on your watch, how do you plan to handle it?
We have to stand up and fight back, and we haven't seen that from our current mayor, who has instead been working with the Trump administration to assist in their goal of building the single largest deportation force in American history. I mean, we saw ICE agents arrest a migrant at Federal Plaza, and then we saw NYPD officers arresting a pastor who was peacefully observing that arrest. Those days are going to come to an end when I'm the mayor. The NYPD's job is to create public safety in the city, not to assist ICE agents in their mission to attack the very fabric of this city.
I want to talk about the historic nature of your candidacy. If you were to win, you would become the first Muslim mayor of New York City. Along the way, throughout the course of this primary campaign, you have received death threats. You've received all sorts of attacks online. Congressman Andy Ogles called for you to be deported, for example, because you were born in Uganda. He also issued an Islamophobic epithet, which I am not going to repeat here. But what type of toll has this taken on you personally and on your family?
It's been difficult. It's been difficult to have to deal with the regular and repeated smears and slander upon my name and on the very basis of
yes, pretend to be concerned. Yeah, we have to draw a line in the sand. Everyone who hasn't endorsed Mamdani's mayoral win is with Trump is with Ogles on his denaturalization and deportation, 100%. The only reason that there are Democrats, like a lot of them, who have not endorsed Mamdani in the general election for the New York City mayorship is because he's anti-Zionist. That's it. They could tolerate him being a democratic socialist. That's the line they've drawn. There's no ambiguity about it. That's the reason why. It's about all of the disgusting anti-Semitism smearing they've done, the Islamophobia. And if you participate in that, or if you capitulate to that, you are engaging in exactly the same political attack against him as what the Republicans are doing. You're just doing it from the civil Democrat angle. But I think a lot of Democrats in New York are quietly hoping that he does it. That, the the Republicans do something, denaturalize him, arrest him, deport him. Why? Because then Democrats can pretend they didn't have an issue with him. Then they can go, oh my God, that was horrible of you to do, Mr. Trump. You meanie, you bad man, you horrible, horrible man. And then they won't have to deal with Mamdani. Yeah, by martyring him, they don't have to deal with him anymore, but they can get another, you know, talking point on Trump. Pretend they were with him.
My faith. And I think what's so sad is that this is but a glimpse into what life is like for many Muslim New Yorkers and many New Yorkers of different faiths who are constantly being told that they don't belong in this city and in this country that they love. And ultimately, what continues to give me hope is that these moments are but small examples, something that goes against what so many New Yorkers actually feel. Because what we know is that this is a city for all of us. And what Tuesday night showed is that what New Yorkers want more than anything is a vision that binds us all together.
I want to ask you about an issue that has divided some New Yorkers in recent weeks. You were recently asked about the term globalize the intifada.
Literally, just no interest at all in journalism is such a dead career. What is the point in being a journalist and getting the degree and going through all the training and so on if you literally just have a list of talking points? They're identical to everyone else's. There's no flourish, no personal interest, no style. Nobody watches this woman, I assume, for her contribution. She's just like a replaceable face, you know? It might as well be AI, genuinely. AI might actually, ChatGPT might flourish a little bit more than she is in its copying of other questions. It's all the exact same. Hopefully the NPR interview is better.
If it makes you uncomfortable. In that moment, you did not condemn the phrase. Now, just so folks understand, it's a phrase that many people hear as a call to violence against Jews. There's been a lot of attention on this issue. So I want to give you an opportunity to respond here and now. Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the intifada?
That's not language that I use. The language.
Extremely good faith opener to a question, by the way. Do you condemn? Do you denounce? Hey, do you condemn Hamas? Do you denounce Hamas?
That I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights. And ultimately, that's what is the foundation of so much of my politics, the belief that freedom and justice and safety.
Like, how do you watch this shit and not believe in the deep state? By the deep state, I mean, of course, like consolidated corporate and Zionist interests, but I repeat myself, having total control over the media, determining what they can and can't say. Like, it's absolutely impossible. Like, the degree of consolidation, of consistency, it is like watching an army of people with the exact same talking points, you know? It is crazy. Yeah, there's been a lot of attention. This issue is code speak for news pundits and AIPAC-owned politicians have been bringing this up a lot. Yeah.
Are things that to have meaning have to be applied to all people, and that includes Israelis and Palestinians alike.
But do you actually condemn it? I think that's the question.
Oh my fucking God. Jesus Christ. No, we don't want an actual answer. We just want to pin you to the wall on this.
And the outstanding issue that a number of people, both of the Jewish faith and beyond, have. Do you condemn that phase, globalize the intifada, which a lot of people hear as a call to violence against Jews?
I've heard from many Jewish New Yorkers who have shared their concerns with me, especially in light of the horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C. and in Boulder, Colorado, about...
First misspoke ever. The first Mamdani misspeak. I just misspoke.
This moment of anti-Semitism in our country and in our city. And I've heard those fears and I've had those conversations, and ultimately they are part and parcel of why in my campaign I've put forward a commitment to increase funding for anti-hate crime programming by 800%. I don't believe that the role of the mayor is to police speech in the manner especially of that of Donald Trump, who has put one New Yorker in jail who's just returned to his family, Mahmoud Khalil, for that very supposed crime of speech. Ultimately, what I think I need to show is the ability to not only talk about something, but to tackle it and to make clear that there's no room for anti-Semitism in this city. And we have to root out that bigotry, and ultimately we do that through the actions, and that is the mayor I will be, one that protects Jewish New Yorkers and lives up to that commitment through the work that I do.
But quickly, for the people who care about the...
Oh my fucking God, woman! You're insufferable! Jesus Christ!
language and who feel really concerned by that phrase.
Really concerned. Fucking Zionism truly is like the Karen ideology. It's like that's the only thing they know how to do. They concern troll, they browbeat, they scold, they go, oh, you can't do that. They never try to convince you. They never, have you ever seen a Zionist try to lay out like an earnest argument for why like what Israel is doing is necessary? Because I did a few years ago, like before October 7th, but over the past year, 2 years, I feel like I haven't at all, really. Like they've given up on that completely. It's just hysterics now, 24/7.
Why not just condemn it?
My concern is to start to walk down the line of language and making clear what language I believe is permissible or impermissible takes me into a place similar to that of the president who is looking to do those very kinds of things, putting people in jail for writing an op-ed, putting them in jail for protesting. Ultimately, it's not language that I use. It's language I understand there are concerns about. And what I will do is showcase my vision for the city through my words and my actions.
Let me ask you broadly, your surprise victory has some progressive Democrats saying, boy, you may have determined the model for the Democratic Party nationally in this moment. Do you think your campaign represents the playbook for how to win in the Trump era for Democrats?
I think it showcases a new approach to politics in our city, and it's for others to decide across our country. Ultimately, what we wanted to do from the very beginning of this race was change our political instinct from lecturing to listening. And after the presidential election, where we saw New York be the state in the nation with the largest swing to...
Yeah, Zionists will never, ever, ever get on board with this because they fucking love lecturing and not listening.
Towards Donald Trump, 11.5 points. And we saw that swing took place far from the caricatures of Trump voters. I went to those hearts of immigrant New York City that were the fulcrum of those swings, Hillside Avenue in Queens, Fordham Road in the Bronx. And I asked Democrats, who did you vote for and why? And I heard from them again and again, I voted for Donald Trump because I could afford things that are now out of my reach today. And ultimately, when I asked them what would it take to bring you back to the Democratic Party, they said a relentless focus on an economic agenda. And that's the campaign that we built.
Do you think that your apparent victory is a sign that there is an appetite for young progressives like a Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to run for president in 2028?
It's an honor to be endorsed by Congressman Ocasio-Cortez.
I've been pretty disillusioned with AOC lately. Not enough to like do the performative unendorsement, shit. Like with the DSA, but it does make me worry a little bit. You have to be so, why? Because she doesn't criticize Democrats. She doesn't do anything. Like Mamdani has not yet held elected office. I think he's demonstrating perfectly well that you can be very loud, you can be very aggressive, you can motivate change, even without like the power of the office, right? By being a good example, by being vocal. But she has folded like pretty consistently to try to earn favor. I wonder if it's like Bernie's influence, because Bernie also did this. I think we are so far past the point of trying to win influence in the Democratic Party by like earning the favor of people like Schumer. Schumer is universally despised. Nobody likes or respects him. Like, you are not going to get anywhere at that path. You know, you have to be openly oppositional at this point. You have to, the time is now. People are more dissatisfied with the Democratic Party than they ever have been in the history of the Democratic Party, at least by modern polling, within the past, since they started asking the question. That's what I'm talking about.
To have been represented by her for so many years, because she's showcased so much of what we're trying to do in this campaign. The ability to not only stand up and fight, but also to win. And ultimately, what people want to see is someone who doesn't just believe in something, but can deliver on those things. And now, especially more than ever, we need to be a party that's not just against Donald Trump, but also for something. And our campaign was for working people, for bringing dignity back into those lives. And that's what the Congresswoman has showed time and again.
I can't let you go without doing a little bit of local politics.
Please.
So Mayor Eric Adams already in the general election as an independent candidate. We're waiting to see if Andrew Cuomo officially throws his hat into the ring.
I think criticisms can be easy to make from the outside, but when you're on the inside like AOC and Bernie are, it's a lot harder. Yeah, but like, no, because it's been years and they don't do shit. Like, They now is the time to attack the establishment Democrats. Now is the time. Like, I'm willing to give a lot of leeway. I understand. I have given AOC a lot of leeway because I know it's a lot harder once you're on the inside. But, like, past a point, her influence is in messaging. And I just feel like she needs to commit a lot harder. This isn't really true. She was like the only Democrat telling people how to avoid ICE. That's great, but not what I'm talking about. And she constantly shit talks Dems on Twitter. Not really. Not really. Not enough.
You think you can win if the two of them are in the race? Can you beat both of them?
Absolutely. We can beat anyone that's in this race, because what we've shown is that this is a campaign that has the support of more than 400,000 New Yorkers. In the first round of Tuesday night, we got more votes than Eric Adams did by the last round of 2021. And ultimately, it's a referendum on how he made this city so unaffordable. For too long, politicians have pretended to simply be bystanders to a cost of living crisis. They've actually exacerbated it. And our vision is one that will respond to it and make this a city affordable for every New Yorker.
All right, Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, thank you so much for the conversation. Really appreciate it.
Fuck you, lady. Fucking goddamn hand puppet of the establishment ass piece of shit. We see waves from AOC on callouts. Dude, AOC should be like borderline Fed posting about Jeffries every day. I do not understand how you can work under that man and not be losing your fucking mind all the time. Did you see the Socialism for All Mamdani video? No, I don't know what you're talking about. She's not a leftist like Mamdani is? Not like Mamdani is, that's for sure. I mean, Mamdani has, like, very explicitly talked about seizing the means of production. I know where he's coming from. Does she rely on them for funding? No, AOC can win her re-election just fine. I can't tell if it's caution or bandwidth. I think that she's acting with too much caution. That's what I think. She needs to primary Schumer when it comes time. How can she primary Schumer when she won't shit talk him? But I don't think that's necessarily a reason to be disillusioned with her. No, that is. That's exactly the reason. She's not doing anything. The main enemy right now that leftists need to contend with is the Democratic Party. It's an evil, corrupt, stagnant organization that is gatekeeping us from doing anything about the Republicans. The Democrats are incapable of doing anything themselves. They are incompetent. They are maliciously incompetent. I mean, also ICE. You can't do anything about ICE unless you have the power the Democrats have, and the Democrats don't use that power. If you read Ryan Grimm's book, it's pretty clear why she's like this. I don't know if I trust Ryan Grimm's take on it. What does it mean to primary someone? When they're running as in the primary for their party for whatever seat they currently occupy, for you to run in that primary to beat them and take their seat. Ugh. I still want to watch that DSA video. Is there any real way to know if a politician's been bought? Stop asking me questions. What are your thoughts on YIMBYism? Stop asking me questions. Just made Mexican Greek lemon chicken. It's delicious. That's the kind of shit I want to see in chat. It doesn't seem like Bernie and AOC really used the momentum from the fighting oligarchy tour to even do anything. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. They did a big tour, and the tour was impressive. What'd they do with it? Like, okay, they said Elon's bad. That's great. Well, Elon's not even really in power anymore. Like, no one fucking likes him because he's a loser. So what was the point? You know? What was the purpose of the exercise? You do that whole tour and then what? You get people excited? Yeah, you get people excited, then nothing? The fighting oligarchy tour was IMO indirectly responsible for building out-of-state support for Mamdani. I think that's a reach. I think they did a tour that people got excited about, and then they just didn't do anything with it. They should be... Why is there no pressure against the insanely incompetent leadership of the Dems from within the Democratic Party? Why is no one, none of the hundreds of Democratic House members, are willing to speak up about it? Not one? And I mean really speak up about it. I mean wage a war. Why is it that Rand Paul is more vocally oppositional to Senator Thune or to Trump? Same with Tillis, you know. Why is it that they're more willing to be oppositional within their extremely consolidated, borderline dictatorial party? Meanwhile, in the Democrats, where everyone's too weak to do shit, no one will talk up against Schumer. They're old. AOC's not old. AOC also isn't at risk of losing another election. AOC will continue to win in her district. So it's not risk of getting primaried. Why then? Dems are cordial, unlike Republicans. Sure, well, if that's what's keeping AOC held back, that fucking sucks. And that's enough to disillusion me. Never forget she was a Biden dead ender. That was pretty weird. I don't know. It's partly toxic positivity. Okay, but none of this should be affecting AOC. That's the weird part, right? Like, none of this should be affecting her. I'm sorry, but like, if you campaign on being a representative of change, and then you don't do the change, like, obviously that's going to be a problem. Would the DNC try to primary her for going against the establishment? No, and they couldn't succeed if they tried. She is not in a risky district at all. She is totally, totally, totally safe. Wait, where does she get her money from? Donations from supporters, not from AIPAC. This is the inside strategy at work. They offer you positions and shit, you feel pressure to not criticize them. Yeah, but AOC doesn't even have any, like, positional power. She's not doing anything with any power. She should be using the real power she has, which is the bully pulpit. She has a soapbox. She's on committees, doing nothing. It doesn't matter whether she's on committees. The committees don't have any power. Also, are you going to let yourself be bought that easily? Like, oh, I know you're supposed to be tearing us apart from the inside, but, you know, we don't want you to do that. So here's like some ranking member committee seats or whatever. Does this not also apply to the rest of the squad? What is the squad? The squad doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, no. AOC is by far the most popular one, by far the one with the biggest voice, by far the one in the safest seat. Why do you think she's like that? I don't know. Maybe she's a coward. I think that's probably it. Listen, this is the anarchist critique. If you attempt to integrate yourself, if you do entryism, if you try to integrate yourself into a system and change it from within, the system can also change you. That's the anarchist critique. That you can like be worn down by a series of compromises and you know, like deals, backroom deals, and eventually after enough of that, you no longer have the ability to meaningfully express yourself because you're now sitting atop kind of like an ill-gotten pile of legitimacy. Mamdani seems a little bit more principled. Maybe that's why DSA unendorsed AOC.
That was the day when 59 New York State legislators signed on to a call that Andrew Cuomo resign as the governor of New York.
DSA unendorsed AOC because she started becoming effective in the DNC, simple as? No, I don't think that's why.
And yeah. And the letter that was released that day was a letter that I helped to write and a letter that I helped to recruit other electeds to sign on to. I, alongside with a couple of colleagues across the ideological spectrum, including, and this will become evident why I say this later, legislators like Amy Paulin and Nili Razik, as well as a couple others. Now, on March 11th, this was news to the public, but Cuomo's administration knew that this was coming. And thanks to the Attorney General's investigation, many months later, texts that were shared, that were initially private amongst the Cuomo administration's top officials were released to the public. And in those texts, we saw that Melissa DeRosa, who was the secretary to Governor Cuomo and his top aide, had texted the day before at 10:58 a.m. She wrote, "Nita is the only person we can come up with."
AOC has gotten better at managing a progressive coalition. There is no coalition. And improving relations with leadership. The leadership is dead and useless. She's befriending corpses, which was important for big legislative fights in 21 and 22 and would be important if they win the majority in 26. There's no coalition, and this leadership will never win again. And this Congress will never do anything. The point is to be transformative, okay? I am not lowering my standards to, well, she's gotten better at fucking capitulating to the deep state Zionist, you know, deliberately ineffective machine that's going to send us all to the camps.
On the Amy thing, I heard Nili and Zohan are also pushing. Redacted.
You're sounding just a bit Twitter lefty right now. Can you drop the fucking dogmatism and just engage with my point? Nothing I'm saying right now, by the way, is different from anything I've said for months now. The only reason you don't like it is because you're parasocial to AOC and you don't like their criticism. Jesus Christ. Like, none of the points I'm making about the Democratic Party have changed at all. You just don't like it. The fact that this, like, negatively implicates her, okay? Oh, you sound like a Twitter lefty. Well, I don't know. If Twitter lefties only talked the way I talk, then they would be a lot more reasonable.
And I are getting someone to reach out to Nili. Zohan is DSA, so we don't have play there. So I share this text message because I think it illustrates a key point for our organization. There was nothing about me individually that made me...
You're being a bit uncharitable to her. She's the only major Dem that actually stood up for Mamdani. Can you guys stop lowering your fucking standards? We're supposed to be socialists, not progressive liberal Democrats. Oh, wow, okay, she endorsed Mamdani. That's great. That's great. It is good. That's so great. She's literally the most popular member of the Democratic Party, and she's not using that platform to advance criticisms against the monstrously incompetent, ineffective, maliciously obstructionist Democratic establishment. Come on. I don't care how nice she is. I don't care if she gets along with Mamdani, okay? I'm just talking about what she can do with her power.
Protected from their influence. There was nothing about my identity. There was nothing even about my ideology in and of itself. What made me unique, what meant that they had no influence, what meant that they had no play there, was my organizational membership. If it had anything to do with me, they probably would have begun by getting my name right. Now, I think as our enemies have made clear, we are special as DSA electeds not because of ourselves.
I want to see some key moments here.
If socialism is our theory and DSA is our practice, then a committee is where the two meet, or as they say on Twitter, it is praxis. So I share all of this with you because we understand that winning an election is not an end. It is a means to an end. And as we contest for these offices across the country,
he's talking about AOC.
I urge each and every chapter to begin the discussions internally about setting up such a committee, about ensuring that you know what exactly it is you are asking people to sign up for, and that you have a theory of what their role will be in those legislative chambers. Now, as the co-chair of New York City DSA, Jeremy Cohen, often reminds us, in the words of Amilcar Cabral, who wrote this in 1965, tell no lies, mask no difficulties, claim no easy victories. I am not one to say that this model has been 100% successful and has been easy in New York State. Rather, we are still on the journey of accomplishing the goals of that model. There are outstanding questions that we must reckon with, questions that I do not pretend to know the answers to. Questions around how to ensure the continued engagement between rank and file members of the organization and electeds of that organization. Questions like, how should we professionalize our organization as we deal with an increase in membership and increased number of electeds? How can we ensure that our model is sustainable as it still continues to demand?
DSA is getting like a huge boost of members right now. I really, really, really hope they're able to have as transformative an effect on other elections as they have with the NYC mayoral, because we need some real militancy.
Free time and free labor from so many of our DSA members. And how do we reckon with the fact that it is insufficient to simply elect those with a different set of politics, while we must also elect as many people as possible in this moment when fascism is on the rise in this country?
I want to join my local DSA, but I'm unsure about the entry stuff. Just go to one of their things. They have a website, and they'll have like an events list on it. You can just like show up and be like, yeah, what's up? Just don't mention my name.
These are questions which we must reckon with. But I believe that the answers to these questions do not dispute the importance of setting up committees such as these across our country. You know, I bring this up because as we fight to do politics differently, we speak to a country that has been failed time and time again by politicians and political organizations who have fed people promises of a better world, of a better life. It is rational for those same people to look at our promises with skepticism. It is rational for them to take a moment to question whether this is any different than that which has come before. The only way that we can deliver, the only way that we can win their trust, rather, is to deliver that which we said we would, is to mean what we say. And I think about my own journey into this organization, because I was one of those people who had skepticisms about this organization.
Okay.
I recall in 2017, when I was working on the Khadr El Yatim campaign for City Council, a campaign which changed my life.
Things. Okay.
I remember, we can clap for Khadr El Yatim. If you don't clap for El Yatim, you're a Zionist. It's a joke, you don't have to clap. I remember on that campaign hearing the caricatures of this organization, hearing the critiques of this organization, and understanding that a number of them held truth. But what won me over was the sincerity of this organization. I was somebody who began my journey in organizing and in politics by co-founding my school's first Students for Justice in Palestine. The struggle for Palestinian liberation was at the core of my politics and continues to be. And so I struggled to find a home in New York City that could bring that politics in a sense of coherence with
August 25th, 2023. How prescient.
the politics I felt around the future of New York City. And here was this organization that endorsed BDS, something which so many organizations that were composed of Muslims were struggling to do at the time. And so I found this organization, what won me over was the sincerity of it. It was that sincerity that we mean what we say. When we say we have a socialist politic, it is consistent, it is universal, and it stands for justice in every place with no exception. That sincerity brought me into this organization. That sincerity is why I joined this organization. It's why I ran to be on the organizing committee of the Queen's Electoral Working Group of this organization. It is why I ran for office as a member of this organization. It is why I introduced legislation to ensure that we stop the subsidization of war crimes in Israel and in occupied territories.
Imagine New York DSA would have always had to be on the forefront of anything involving like Israel and Zionism, considering how fucking captured New York Democrats are.
It all comes back to that sincerity. It all comes back to knowing that I am a member of an organization that means what it says, that delivers on its promises. And so I firmly believe that as we debate the future of our organization in the days to come, in the months and the years to come, that we understand that we must organize at every single level. We must organize at every level. Wherever we want to contest power, we must not send that person into that chamber alone. We must make sure that they remember they are a member of this organization and this organization stands with them. So with that, I say sincerity forever, solidarity forever, and socialism forever.
He had no idea he'd be mayor. Well, mayor-elect. Well, not really mayor-elect. Democratic mayor-elect.
You can raise your hand if you are already a DSA member. About whatever he was going to write back to me on my wall. And so is that I became one of the leaders of our branch for local elections. And there were a number of us.
Yeah, I'll probably try to check out Seattle DSA at some point, parentheses, not threatening. Why does DSA hate Vosh again? DSA doesn't hate Vosh because there is no DSA. DSA is super decentralized. There are some DSA leaders who don't like me, but like, yeah, that's what happens when you're well known. Sure, there are some who don't like Hassan either. Probably fewer, though. I'd be willing to bet. Probably fewer. Doesn't really matter. We're all a bigger tent now? Yeah, I'd say so. Trump threatens to arrest Mamdani. Yeah, I saw this.
Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
Okay.
We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's what we should send him.
Yeah, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything, and ideally. He's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. I've always said, we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism. And you got a lot of them like that.
You think the Trump fear-mongering about Mamdani right now might actually boost his chances just from negative polarization? Well, the problem ultimately is that, I don't think the Democrats would have his back at all. Mamdani might actually get denaturalized or deported. That might actually happen, or arrested. Just because Republicans would probably understand that Democrats wouldn't really back him up. Democrats would pretend to, right? They would cry about it, but it would be insincere. They'd be happy to be rid of him.
And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city. But you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly hurt.
Dude, I love this presidency, man. It used to be... It's like bullshit with the CIA, where it used to be you think they're doing something bad, and then 20 years later they declassify it, and it turns out they were. Now, when Trump does... blackmail and corruption, he'll just brag about it, and there's no consequences at all. It doesn't matter.
Over this question, he made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in, and he was indicted the following day. And I said that was a phony indictment. And it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group.
Great stuff.
We turn now to...
Shut up! How are we ever going to be normal again? Well, you'd need to replace the Democratic leadership to begin with. Mamdani respondees. My statement on Donald Trump's threat to deport me and his praise for Eric Adams, who the president helped out of legal accountability. I would think arresting and denaturalizing Mamdani could start mass riots across America now. Nah, because Americans suck. People on Twitter would be like, no, it's the end, but then nothing would happen the next day because no one cares, no one goes outside, no one does anything, there are no consequences to anything, there's nobody mobilizing anybody else, and the Democrats would pretend that they're sad, but they wouldn't really be sad. There'd be massive protests in NYC, come on. Okay, maybe in NYC. Why are you ignoring the No Kings protests? Come on, man. The President of the United States just threatened to have me arrested, stripped of my citizenship, put in a detention camp, and deported. Not because I've broken any law, but because I will refuse to let ICE terrorize our city. His statements don't just represent an attack on our democracy, but an attempt to send a message to every New Yorker who refuses to hide in the shadows. If you speak up, they will come for you. We will not accept this intimidation. That Trump included praise for Eric Adams in his authoritarian threats is unsurprising, but highlights the urgency of bringing an end to this mayor's time in City Hall. At the very moment when MAGA Republicans are attempting to destroy the social safety net, kick millions of New Yorkers off of health care, and enrich their billionaire donors at the expense of working families, it is a scandal that Eric Adams echoes this president's division, distraction, and hate. Voters will resoundingly reject it in November. Yeah, I hope so. That'd be nice. That'd be pretty cool. Hope he keeps not backing down. That'd be nice. Yeah, No Kings was a lot of old people. Don't get distracted, folks, okay? Don't get distracted. It doesn't sound like Trump is super committed to the deporting or denaturalizing Mamdani prospect. Like, every time somebody brings something like that up with him, Trump goes, we could. But he doesn't sound that, like, committed to it. I don't know. I wonder if Miller would ever see it as advantageous to, like, really go for that. Yeah, it's a Miller issue. Recognizing whether or not he's enough of a threat that he would need to be eliminated. Think we'll see denunciations from Schumer? Promising new Democratic Party member, mayor of New York City to be being threatened with deportation by a fascist president? Probably not. Is Mamdani not a citizen? They have been deporting citizens. Also, they're talking about denaturalizing him. I don't know. It's pretty grim, man. Hopefully he's able to build some presence off the publicity. I doubt it's going to change the way the Democrats talk about him. Only one Dem's even kind of defended Mamdani. It's the last one you'd expect. Yeah. We saw Hochul. We saw Hochul going over. Still hasn't endorsed him, by the way. Still hasn't fucking endorsed him. Fetterman. No, I don't think so. Probably not. You know what? It's a pretty big deal. I should send it off to the editors. One second. Breaking. Trump threatens to arrest and deport Mamdani. Serious question, how does one become an editor for a streamer? Be tight with them, pretty much. It's the main way. Trump is underestimating the backlash if he does deport him. Dude, what backlash? No one gives a shit about anything. Republicans are literally shaping the kill everyone and rape everyone bill, and no one fucking cares. I care? No, you don't. Do you have your editors locked in the cellar? How come they're always so quick and ready at all times? It's their fucking job. They're paid, like, a lot. Yeah, of course they're... Do you think that's a difficult job requirement? Like, you have to be available during this window of time? They're paid to be... It's not for free. Unlikely, Steve-O. Okay, close that, close that, close that. Are your editors unionized? Well, there's 2 of them, and if they got mad at me, they could talk to each other and be like, we're not going to make videos. And then I would have to dust off my old Adobe Premiere. So I think functionally, yeah, basically. There's no fucking way I could get Adobe Premiere working again. It's better than a union. It's giving the factory workers like the keys to the building and the shutoff switch. I mean, functionally, it's more effective. Dude, the news is so fucking stupid. How do you fit in XS/S t-shirts? I am 6'2", 210 pounds. If I was like really slim, I might be able to wear a medium in some t-shirts. Probably never a medium in anything else though. All muscle? All muscle, baby. Yeah, look at those 14-inch guns. Ooh. 14-inch guns would look like a lot on a 5'4" guy. Holy texteroni. All right, let me get the goddamn thing. I'm looking through Forbes breaking news. I want to see. Wasn't Trump just talking about alligator Alcatraz? I'm trying to find the right video clips. Just because it's a big sounding size, don't be afraid to go up to it. And it's, you don't need to fucking lecture me on what size fits me. Also, I wear a lot of big shit because a lot of the clothes that I wear are Japanese. You know, the Mersby Schwanen t-shirt that I had was an XXXL. I thought Germans were tall. I don't know why the fuck their shirts were so small. I don't know. Alligator Alcatraz? Yeah. Yeah. Trump celebrates harsh conditions for detainees on visit to Alligator Alcatraz. They're really playing this one up. I think that, like, for the most part, the Nazis had the good sense to not, like, be too loud about the whole Auschwitz thing. I think that for the most part, the Nazis were like, we should keep this one in the DL. When Red Cross comes by, we'll pretend that, like, we run water through the pipes in these shower rooms, you know? It's a little odd to me how upfront we're being, I guess. Yeah, they probably didn't give media tours to Auschwitz, is what I'm saying. Well, they do now, but like not back then. Yeah, you all, we looked at this. They're building a concentration camp in the middle of the fucking Everglades, surrounded by alligators, hence alligator Alcatraz. There's not really like a point to it. Like the point is to give money to Florida, right? Like the point is for the federal government to invest money in a project in Florida that costs a fuck ton because you have to fly it in. You can't drive it in because it's in the middle of the Everglades. There's like an airstrip. So like you're transferring, I don't know what, how many hundreds of millions over to the companies that are going to construct it. It's all a big grift. That's all it's ever been. That's the whole fucking point. But yeah, no, they're building it. They're bragging about how like how evil it's going to be. Cameras capture the inside of Florida's alligator Alcatraz during President Trump's visit. That's a picture, not a video. You need the video has to move. No?
Got the bag. I'm moving. TV. Let's keep moving. Guys, come on.
The only point of putting it here is that they want to showboat over it. They want to, you know, like be performatively cruel. They want mosquitoes to bite you because it's the Everglades, right? It's all mosquitoes. Like it doesn't actually matter that there's alligators, right? The alligator thing doesn't actually matter. Oh, they also want to build it in a place where reporters can't get to it. See, that's the reason why they were doing the Bukele CSAT thing. They want to build on places where the media can't get to you, so they can't see all the torture and rape and so on, right? So that's why they're expanding Gitmo. Can a journalist go into Gitmo? No. It's a fucking military site. You can't get in there. Can they go to CSAT? Not unless Bukele wants them to. Can they get here? No. The only way to access this is to fly a plane. Planes have to be cleared for landing. There's also no AC. Also, I mean, probably not. Be expensive to AC these big tents. Why doesn't Cuba do anything about Guantanamo Bay? What are they gonna fucking do? Fight the US military? I can't see this standing up to a direct hurricane hit. Well, that's part of the bonus. Every time hurricane season comes around, for free, you clear out the entire population of alligator Alcatraz. Then you've got 5,000 free beds. You can fill them back up. Like, again, you could build this anywhere. The point, it's the cruelty. You want to keep it away from journalists. It's not actually about security. It's a federal detention facility. No one's getting out anyway. I mean, what happens if you escape a federal detention facility? You escape. It's like escaping a prison. Do you know how infrequently people escape prisons? Especially a federal prison? No. It's all LARP.
Beautiful Alcatraz. He ought to come here and study this because he could learn a lot. When's the first person checking into the room, sir?
Tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow, within the next 24 hours.
They have the doctors, they have all the professionals.
There's going to be a security sweep because there have been civilians here, so they will sweep this multiple times to make sure there's nothing can be used as weapons or any contraband. And then once that's clear.
Forgot how fruity DeSantis sounds. Anyone else forget that? I totally forgot that because I haven't heard his voice in so long.
Then they'll do so. It's really up to Secretary. I know has got people in the queue, and so they'll be ready to receive.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, yes, so if any of the news claims are keeping them out in the hot, humid South.
Dude, they've got fucking merch. I love my grift.
I just want everyone to know that there's official Alligator Alcatraz merch. There it is.
Yeah.
Provided
Auschwitz
to us
merch
by the state of Florida. Incredible. And yeah, would you rock this drip? Look at that.
Dude, that sounded so authentic when he said that. That sounded so good. You don't like the Auschwitz merch?
Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees in here. Or 72.
Hey, Biden wanted me in here. Okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here.
Mr. President, what's your expectation what this will do for the speed and force of deportations?
Well, a lot of things, and they're both telling me that these people come in here, they want to go home. And they want to go home, so we immediately send them home. You know, where it's appropriate. Now, if somebody's a real killer, we don't send them anywhere. We put them there. Maximum security. Look, what we inherited from this guy, this incompetent man, and his administration, which wasn't incompetent, it was radical left, lunatic, communist, whatever you want to say. I know most of them. What we inherited should never, ever be forgotten. They made us.
Oh yeah, when the woke whiplash like comes back around, people are going to get beaten in the street for wearing MAGA merch. That is true. We are like the first Trump term, let's be real, the first Trump term was like transphobia, Islamophobia, Mexicophobia, mostly funny. Like, let's be real, okay? And then there was, you know, Jan 6, and that was also kind of funny. Then you've got Biden, and that was kind of funny. This is all just Adolf Hitler. Like, this is literally just Auschwitz merch. Yeah, no, the woke whiplash back around is going to be wild. The woke whiplash is going to hit all of us too. They're going to be treating us the way like the Maoists in the 60s or like the Khmer Rouge were treating people. Like, well, no, your minds have been tainted by the Trump era. So even if you were against it then, you're still influenced by it, so you're gonna have to face the wall, please. Like, it's going to be rough for everyone, but will we deserve it? I can't say no.
This is all because of an open border policy where 25 million people flowed in. From all over the world, from prisons, from all over the world they flowed in. For no reason whatsoever. When I left, we had a very powerful border. We had no problem. He opened it up, day one. He just opened the border. People couldn't believe it. They were standing there. What are they doing? They said, go in. That's it. You look at the first day tapes. They opened it up and they said, go in. And that's where all of this began. But this is an amazing thing that they've done here.
But listen, people don't have to come here.
This is not a death camp? No, it's not. This is a concentration camp. I know those terms often get used interchangeably. Auschwitz-Birkenau was, of course, a death camp. But there's a meaningful difference between a death camp, a concentration camp, and, say, a POW camp. Though, obviously, for the Nazis, the roles overlapped quite a bit.
Self-deport and go home, they can come back legally. We will let them come back legally.
And there is a lot of self-deportation.
Yes. But if you wait and we bring you to this facility, you don't ever get to come back to America. You don't get the chance to come back and be an American again and work here. So.
They weren't with us when the President and Secretary Kevin and I we went through the intake. So right when you do the intake, they have the information about voluntary departure. They have the ability. Obviously, you guys are funding that because it's a lot cheaper to do it that way. So even if they get brought to the front doorstep here, they still have an opportunity to just go back voluntarily, and then this way they're
How fast does that take from the minute that, let's say they get in here, they're like, hey, I want to stay here, I want to go back to...
We can put them on a plane that day and take them home. We'll buy their plane ticket, go home, and then they get the chance to come back legally. If they wait,
If they do that, they can come back legally after a period.
Mr. President, you've talked recently about the idea of finding some way to get farm workforce and service sector workforce, and I think you've discussed somehow a program of people leaving on a sponsorship and coming right back. Can you give us a little more detail about that and why, in the view of some hardliners, it's not amnesty?
We take care of our farmers and hotel workers and various other people that we're working on it right now.
Looks like they're touching on a wide variety of topics here, but there's a lot of stuff here. You know, it's not just this. I know, for example, that Trump was interviewed before going down to Florida, where you have this wonderful chyron, Trump on if migrant escapes, they'll just get eaten by wildlife. Yeah, I guess that's the concept. Which is fantastic, obviously. Like, yeah, that's the point. Ooh. Yeah, you're standing a little close there. They're touching tips. They're going gut to gut. Trump wins in the gut off. More great audio.
Doing it big, Alabama's doing it. We have a lot of.
I don't want to hear this audio. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear this audio. I want to hear good audio, not bad audio.
This morning, the center dubbed Alligator Alcatraz opens to detainees today, despite protests and a federal lawsuit.
That's right. The ICE facility is on the side of a remote airfield in the heart of
Speaking of like really, really ineffective lines to take, this is why like I roll my eyes. There's graffiti downtown in Seattle on some of the federal buildings. No justice on stolen land. Like, it's the most LARPy internet shit in the world. Like, no one fucking cares. Like, you're protesting fascism. It's like, here's a land acknowledgement. Nobody cares. You're just like repeating the shit you see online. But there were protesters for Alligator Alcatraz, get this, for environmental reasons. Look, I'm not saying the environment, the Everglades are beautiful in their own way. I don't like being in Florida. But like, you know, okay, I get it. But like, that's really the line you're going to take? You really think that's going to do shit? I don't know.
the Everglades. 10 Tampa Bay's Christina Mendez is live for us this morning. And Christina, this site is going to expand operations by holding up to 5,000 people that are waiting for deportation.
Yeah, the compound is made up of heavy-duty tents, trailers, and temporary buildings, much like what you'd see set up after a natural disaster.
It's using FEMA funds, right? 2/3 of the critics section for an NPR article on this was devoted to environmentalists and Native Americans, with one paragraph to immigration concerns about being in the fucking Everglades. Jesus Christ. Dude, who the fuck cares about the Listen, the environment's fucked anyway because of climate change, okay? Is that really like the line you're going with on this one? Like the problem with Auschwitz-Birkenau was that they didn't do a fucking land acknowledgement for the like ancient Proto-Serbian people who lived there 4,500 years ago, and also there was like a species of squirrel that really relied on the trees, and that it like come on. She's like fucking priorities here. Priorities.
Now to an aerial view of what's dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. This is it here. It's an isolated airfield in the Everglades surrounded by swamplands filled with alligators and pythons. The facility is designed to detain and deport undocumented immigrants, but comes with some controversy. Environmental groups filed a lawsuit Friday demanding a federal review. The next day, people protested outside the airstrip, calling this an inhumane way to house immigrants. Governor DeSantis defended the plan.
You'll be able to bring people in, they'll get processed. They have an order of removal, then they can be queued, and you can the federal government can fly right on the runway, right there. You literally drive them 2,000 feet, put them on a plane, and then they're gone. It's very logistically simple.
Now, the state does say that this facility can house up to 5,000 detainees, is key to supporting Trump's mass deportation plan, which, by the way, detention's hitting a record high in June at 56,000.
Yeah, and Christina, you were talking.
Every federal housing facility is like massively overfilled because it turns out it's much faster to arrest people than it is to deport them.
Earlier this morning about who is actually footing the bill to keep the operations up and running there, and how somehow FEMA is involved in this.
Yeah, they're draining FEMA funding before hurricane season in Florida. Hundreds of millions of dollars. No, it's not. That's not a fucking joke. They're like, there's no way we're going to need this money for anything else anytime soon.
Yeah, that's what Governor Ron DeSantis is saying. Rather, he says that this is going to cost about year-round $450 million to operate. FEMA plans to reimburse the state, though. Live this morning, Christina Mendez, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Christina, thank you so much. And here on 10 Tampa Bay, we're keeping the conversation going with this top story in just about 5 hours at noon.
That's crazy, man. You know, the NOAA has said, like, hey, we might not be able to monitor hurricanes that good this time because of all the defunding. You've gotten rid of the money, the facilities, the people. We might be a little bit more in the dark. So FEMA is going to be reacting to blind hurricanes. It's so crazy when you remember, because we're so used to how this works now. It used to be, how did you know a hurricane was coming? You had a guy in a raincoat standing on the beach, and he would go, "Yep, storms are brewing." and then he would like send a telegraph wire. He would send a wire to like a local news org or something like that. That was the best system we had for all of human history, sans telegraph, until recently. And we're going to be going back to that soon. NOAA is going to be like, yeah, we don't fucking know. Sans telegraph? Sans Undertale. You guys like that one?
I'm in the Everglades National Park in South Florida, where on Tuesday, President Donald Trump will travel to and visit the newest ICE detention facility in the country. Behind me is the entrance to the Dade Collier Airport, where the state has allowed the federal government to build tent-like structures that will house illegal immigrants as they go through deportation proceedings. While we went in earlier, we saw Secret Service on guard, securing the facility ahead of tomorrow's visit. We also saw Florida National Guard that have been called in.
We'll know about hurricanes because of other countries, probably. Good luck with that, buddy. They use our infrastructure. We're America. We have the satellite network. You think all those other countries all have their own independent, like, extremely advanced weather monitoring services? Absolutely not. That's we did that for the world. The whole planet is going to have... China does? Yeah, well, that's China. There are European models for hurricane tracking. Yeah, but they're not as tuned to our location. And also, in many cases, they're not as good. It's a very expensive... Usually, like, those weather tracking models are kind of keyed in on what your society needs, right? Like, the Netherlands is probably really, really good at tracking, like, flooding and sea level rises, because half of the Netherlands is 1 centimeter above sea level, you know? But the United States has, or at least had, a really well-developed, sophisticated, yeah, like, Atlantic... tracking system that we led the world on, and now it sucks. It's actually below sea level? Yep.
To secure the premises. We've seen dozens of dump trucks coming into the facility and coming out.
Fucking... Your mom works there. That's...
As the state makes the final preparations before the facility opens, not only to immigrants tomorrow, but welcomes President Trump.
President Trump will travel to the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center alongside Secretary Kristi Noem, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and other state and local leaders. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz.
Governor Ron DeSantis has warned what will happen if immigrants try to escape.
Bring people in there. They ain't going anywhere once they're there unless you want them to go somewhere, because good luck getting to civilization. So the security is amazing. But what... natural and otherwise.
They love it because they're demons who get off on the joy of imagining a person like terrified and surrounded. No one escapes from these federal facilities anyway. How many escapes have you heard of? I'm sure there are a few. Like, how often does this happen? Oh, we need to crack up security on our federal detainment. No, you fucking don't. You're just rounding up immigrants. You're not... It's a federal facility. It's not a county jail made of balsa wood and fucking glue.
What are you going to do? Trudge through the swamp and dodge alligators on the way back to 50, 60 miles just to get to civilization? Not going to happen.
We saw alligators.
Navosh, you're wrong. They won't cut weather modeling supercomputers. Dog, NOAA has said themselves they will not be able to model hurricanes as well this year. They said that. I'm not a weather genius. They're weather geniuses, okay? Even the satellites we do have for military purposes won't be sharing with the NOAA/NASA anymore. What the fuck? I mean, Godspeed. Look, this mostly punishes Florida, and I fucking hate Florida, so. The Defense Department will still maintain the Defense Meteorological Satellite Program, but would cease sharing its imagery with NOAA and NASA? Sure. Yeah, why not? I mean, it's just like DoD satellites. I can't, like, how helpful could they have been? The decision, which was initiated by the DoD, caused an uproar among meteorologists, public officials, and the media in the midst of hurricane season. The fear is the missing information could degrade the accuracy of hurricane forecasts. Yeah. The move comes in the wake of steep personnel cuts at the National Weather Service and other parts of NOAA. Yeesh. What do we gain from this? They just like death, okay? According to media reports last week, the DoD's rationale for cutting off this data has to do with cybersecurity concerns stemming from the way the data is transmitted between agencies. What? Hegseth fucking signal party? Being like, no, actually, we can't give you weather data because of, like, China or something. Yeah, all right, all right. I think it's because they don't think climate change is real. You're not wrong, actually. One of the goals of Project 2025 was to make it impossible for the federal government to collect data that prove climate change is real. They know climate change is real, but they don't want you to know that. So by making it more difficult to track the weather, it kind of like blurs the data field. Death cult, more death cult-y than any other institution ever. Worse than the Nazis. If you think about what climate change could do to the world, is doing to the world, we're talking like actual like you know those alt history books and games where the Nazis were doing all the evil stuff they were already doing, but then they like summon demons, or they commune with ancient powers and summon an elder god, and like it's going to destroy the world, like that kind of alt history shit. That's the territory we're in. We're dealing with like comical levels of evil, like Wolfenstein. I actually haven't played the new Wolfenstein games. I haven't played any Wolfenstein games. I've only played the original Wolfenstein game. I haven't played the new ones. By new, I mean anything in the past 20 years. Very good. No, I've heard they're very good. I've heard they're very good. It's something I wanna play them.
Gators on our way in on the Tamiami Trail from Miami earlier today. From the Everglades, I'm Anna Giratelli.
That's great.
Now let's roll back the clock even more. This is the president arriving there in South Florida on his way to that so-called alligator Alcatraz. You see Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Also looks like Rick Scott, also of the state of Florida, there next to Kristi Noem. Chanel Call is joining us right now.
Men. These are Republicans who, until last week, have used the Everglades for things like hunting and fishing. Many of them voted for President Trump, and many of them support his stance on immigration. Just the thing here is, Reed, that they don't think this is the right place for a detention center. So here's part of my conversation with a man named Mike Effenbein, a Gladesman and conservationist who says he's concerned this land just is not equipped to handle what the Trump administration is proposing.
I think the concerns include increased vehicular traffic, increased aircraft traffic.
Fucking incredible, man. Yeah, I'm an American. My problem with the Auschwitz they're building next door, it will increase traffic on the daily 25-minute commute that I have to work, and then possibly the 26-minute commute to like groceries that I do once every 2 weeks. Fantastic.
The noise that's included with that, the fuel that's included with that. There's sewage concerns, and I know that there's management plans, waste management plans for this location, but this is a remote location. They have a lot of horrible weather there this time of year. This is our rainy season, so you're looking at lightning, torrential downpours, and the potential for tropical storms and hurricanes. And this location is not well suited to add those kind of stressors to that area. You know, some are environmentalists and some are preservationists and some are conservationists, and you have tribal interests. And despite all of our differences in life, the one thing that we can agree on is protecting this place and ensuring that we continue to maintain its ecological integrity and ensure that the water resources that this place lends itself to.
This is like, I'm not joking when I say, like, hello, I'm an American, this is my environmental protest or whatever. I think this is one of the reasons why this country is so uniquely fucked. I don't think this could happen in Europe. This very specific kind of complaint, I think, is a uniquely American thing. You understand what I mean? I'm not to say that a country in Europe might on average have a given, like a better on average position on a given issue. You know, I'm not really talking about like the average level of progressivism. I'm saying like this attitude, there's something about this that is like, it's representative of an underlying rot.
That provides drinking water for 9 million people, remains safe from any harm, intentional or unintentional. And I'm sure that both Governor DeSantis and President Trump have all the best intentions in mind in moving this plan forward.
And Reed, so what Mike was talking about in that second half of that piece of sound there was about just how politically and racially diverse this particular group of protesters really is.
Who fucking, well, you chose like a fat white guy, so I don't really know why that was the way you decided to make that point. I don't fucking know, dude.
I'd like to say, you know, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them.
He keeps doing that. It's so obvious, like the videos that he's being shown by Elon or Miller or whatever. When he talks about the worst criminals in America, he's talking about what are they called? A white bashing? What's the term for that? That thing where black teenagers would like run up behind white people and a knockout gang shit. Yeah, he's talking about knockout game shit. That's what he's talking about. He's specifically referring to, like, he's not talking broadly about really bad criminals. He's talking about a very specific, highly racialized, highly over covered little trend. You know? Yeah, Miller's out there showing him like videos of black crime or whatever.
People that knife you when you're walking down the street, they're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country.
Yeah, I guarantee you that's what. And in fact, I can almost guarantee you the video he's referring to right here is that one where the was it in New York? The black man pulled out a knife and stabbed that like socialist rep or that like lefty rep who was with his girlfriend. And it was a very clear video of it. It was like a big hubbub a year ago because all the racists on Twitter were like, see, that's what happens when you like blacks. They fucking stab you. I'm telling you, he's been shown like 3 videos and now in his head, that's what he's thinking of. When he says like the worst criminals.
I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, you know, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York, and they're not accidents. I like to say, you know, a little controversial.
Yeah. Look at the hat. Oh, I'm looking. He sounds less mentally capable than usual. Oh, he always sounds like that. So what happened to the Greenland, Canada, and Panama thing? Don't remind him. Don't do that. What are you doing, idiot? I stand a decade of presidents with dementia. You never know. Biden could win in 2028 as well. The way the Democrats are, you never know. No, stop. All right. I gotta pee one more time because I really do drink a lot of water. This time, as an extra special gift to you guys, I'm gonna wash my hands with soap, even though all I did was lightly touch my extremely clean and tasty penis for like 1 second, okay? I'm gonna, out of sympathy for you people with your fucked up dicks with the rot on it, okay? I'm gonna do that, all right? What's the point of washing your hands if you don't use soap? What are you talking about? When you wash dishes, the majority of what's going on there is the water, not the soap. You know? Like the humans have clean shit with water for a bajillion years. We've had soap too, but soap is the majority of the cleaning work the water's doing. The soap helps with the lipids. Not if it's oily as fuck. Yeah, of course. Obviously, anything that's oily, you need the soap because the molecules capture the lipids. Yeah. I agree with you in principle, but the ritual of washing hands after peeing makes me mentally feel cleaner. Look, I get that. But, like, you have to understand from my perspective that this is my job, and when I come back, every second I'm not here, 30 to 40 people leave. It's actually, like, crazy how quick the drop-off is at the beginning. So you got to be pretty quick. I mean, some people, you know, you okay, you leave and then and you're okay with building it back up. But it's a material difference, which is why I try to pee quickly. Do you not use soap when you wash dishes, Vash? Yeah, I use soap when I wash dishes. Of course I do. I'm just saying the majority of that work's done by the water, not by the soap. Also, yeah, sometimes when I'm being lazy, if I know what the dish is dirty from, I'll just like rinse it in water. For instance, if I use a spoon to get some Greek yogurt, but then I want to use the spoon to get like rice or something else. Like I don't want to dump the Greek yogurt in the next thing. Greek yogurt can be cleaned perfectly with water. Like, you know, like you just rinse it, rub, you're good, you know. But like if I was using the spoon in chili, well, chili obviously has a lot of oil, so you gotta use soap there. Always kind of baffled when I remember he doesn't use a dishwasher. I have never used a dishwasher in my entire life. I don't believe in them. I don't know how they work. I don't trust them at all. Why the fuck not? I just never have. They're sus. I agree that they're sus. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Dishwashers are better for the environment if you use... Yeah, okay, but I'm not doing it for environmental reasons. Because I'm not like a LARPer, like a lot of you guys. You know, you'll justify your... Why didn't you go out and drive to the party that night? Well, because you didn't want to... the combustion would have contributed to the CO2. No, you just didn't want to go out because you're antisocial. I'm not LARPing, all right? I'll waste water. I'll do it for fun. I love wasting water. You're insane. I'd rather have a dishwasher than a bed. I've just washed so many dishes. I guess I'm just really fast at it. I mean, if you've done it for long enough, eventually you get... Also, I wash dishes all the time, you know, when I worked like a real job. You know, you just wash it. Okay, last thing I'll say, then we move on. I think it depends on what type of stuff you cook in your house. If you tend to cook big, like stew, pot, chili, big cooking containers, you fill a bowl, the bowl's got grease afterwards, stuff like that, that'll piss you off when you are when you're cleaning up afterwards, you know, or like beans, because when the bean juice kind of like dries on the side, it can be pretty annoying. You have to like really soak it to make it possible to remove stuff like that. I get that. But there are meals you can make where like washing dishes is nothing, like Japanese food, for example. Like, yeah, anything light, like fish or rice, anything like that, where you can have a whole meal afterwards. Washing dishes is like bam, 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 done. Easy. But I get it. It varies. It varies on what you eat. Also, I'll cop to it. Laziness on my part. I always keep paper plates. Because sometimes you know you're going to just blow a fucking plate up and you just don't want to deal with that. And by sometimes, I mean like pretty often. Are paper plates bourgeois? I'm working class. When my preferred brand of paper plates slightly increased in price, it went from 5 cents per plate to 7 cents per plate, I shifted to a smaller plate so I could maintain my threshold of 5 cents per plate. They arrived in my household, was like, these plates are smaller. And I'm like, yeah, deal with it. I bought them. Bad take, fuck you. Are you going to argue porcelain is proletariat? Actually, I would argue, like, to an extent, maybe not porcelain, but like I feel like a lot of poor, especially non-white families, have like nice ceramic plates that they hold on to. Yeah, anything stoneware, basically, anything, yeah, clay. And they hold on to that. And with wealthy people, well, I don't really know. I guess it varies. But I feel like people, that's often like a generational investment. It's not that expensive, really. I guess it depends on where you get it. Corel is working class. Sorry, I know about clothes. I don't know about kitchen stuff. Don't need that smoke. You ever hear at a thrift store? You can find some good stuff at the thrift store. This is true. This is true. 100%. Absolutely. Use cast iron. It's like the salvage denim of cookware. I would if I cared enough, and I don't. Like, I like salvage denim because I like all the bullshit. Oh, yeah, wash your jeans in the tub once every 3 months. Watch out for the indigo. You know, break in with the fade. Really tough denim, but it fades in well. You know, that crap. But if I didn't really care, I wouldn't advocate for someone to do it, you know? I don't give a shit about cast iron, so I wouldn't take good care of it. So it's not good. It's not good for me, you know? But if someone cares, yeah, go for it. Life is all about finding the things that you want to put care into and then finding out how to best put care into them for you and for it. People, things, hobbies, whatever. Like that's it. That's the whole point, you know? And everyone's going to have different things, different people, different practices, habits, hobbies, whatever that you're interested in, you know? I feel like you're having a shit ton of double standards today. What the fuck? What did I say? I didn't say anything even remotely condescending or judgmental there. I was trying to be a little heartwarming. What the fuck did I say? What's the double standard? What standard was doubled? I don't know. They're mad about the dishwasher? Oh. I think they didn't like that you use paper plates. That's not what a double standard means. A double standard would be if I said you guys can't use them, but I can. Which I didn't say. I'm thinking it. I didn't say it. I'm still mauling over the no kings takes. I didn't say shit about the no kings I didn't say shit. I wanted to talk about the no kings protest when I got back from my vacation, and I mentioned I was like, America doesn't have the sauce to meaningfully protest this, and somebody said, dude, the no kings protests were huge, they just happened. And I said, okay, but that's not meaningful opposition. Like, I'm glad the protest went well, but it's not meaningful opposition. And then a bunch of people in chat were like, what do you mean not meaningful opposition? Like, and then I didn't do the segment because you fucking polarized me in the other direction. I said it was a lib boomer protest, but I said I was happy with it. I said I didn't like that a bunch of lefties were just being smug on Twitter, you know, like they were just you know, posturing about how they're cooler than the people who went. There are a lot of liberals. Like, in America. Unfortunately. We need to change that. We'll get there. I have this most persistent stuffy feeling in my left nostril. Jesus. So we should or shouldn't have gone? Grow some balls. What are you waiting on my opinion for? You should go outside more often in general. See this?
Who? What happened to Elon Musk? Nothing. You know, he's upset he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but you know, he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, you know? So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out. So hydrogen cars, and when they blow up, it's serious. They find you 5 blocks away. It's that good.
Yeah, I don't know how well you could hear the audio, but Trump was joking about deporting Elon. Hey, I paused you. Shut up. A reporter asked, would you consider deporting Elon, which is incredibly funny. And Trump kind of played into it. It's Elon's still talking down the big beautiful bill, the Kill America bill, you know, largely again because he doesn't like the fact that it contributes so much to the debt that it kind of negates what he perceived as his legacy of cutting government spending. It negates it enormously. There wasn't really much of a legacy to begin with, but even if there was, it would have cut it enormously. Look at this. He's tweeting like a damn leftist. They just pretend to be two parties. It's just one uniparty in reality. Curious. Should we be worried if Elon's deported, even if it'd be really funny? Dude, if Elon gets deported, that is like the high watermark, okay? That means everyone should get the fuck out now, because if they'll deport the wealthiest man in the world, they will deport your sorry ass over whatever the fuck they want to. Your broke ass is getting sent out in the next flight to South Sudan. So yeah, I would be worried. I don't think it's going to happen. It's funny that he's saying it could happen, that he would sick Doge on Elon. Ron Paul is still alive? Again, Elon Musk's silence is broken due to the big, beautiful bankruptcy bill. Wait, hold on. I haven't heard his voice in like a long time.
Of course, it was a big weekend for the senators. Yeah. They got to stay up all night and play bridge or something, occasionally vote. But what a nightmare. And, you know, how the House and the Senate controlled by the Republicans, which means that, you know, things should improve. You know, we have, and I think with the president's a Republican, too. So that means we should be cutting back. So when the bill leaves the House, we were complaining a bit about the shenanigans on the House. But since it's gone on over the Senate, it's been increased in spending by another $1 trillion. So that's a sign that maybe we're not home yet on this spending.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking a lot about this so-called big beautiful.
Who's this fellow? Why does he look familiar? This very Italian-looking gentleman.
Bill, and what it is a massive bloated omnibus bill that has everything but the kitchen sink in it. We've talked about it for a while. A few brave people on the Hill have stood against it, Thomas Massey being one, Senator Rand Paul being the other. And over the weekend, as you point out, the Senate voted on their version of the bill. And how this works, the House, because it's a money bill, the House votes first. The Senate brings up their version of the bill. And then there's a reconciliation of the two bills for a final passage, which goes to the president, as you know, Dr. Paul. So the Senate took out their version of the bill, and as clockwork, Dr. Paul, as so easily predictable, what they did is all of the carrots that the leadership put in on the Republican House.
I was mostly just interested in listening to Ron Paul because it had been a while. The point here is that Elon is still complaining. Anyone who campaigned on the promise of reducing spending but continues to vote on the biggest debt ceiling increase in history will see their face on this poster in the primary next year. Wow. Threatening. Yeah, he has said that he's going to primary anybody in the House who votes for this bill, which is going to be like everyone. Like every Republican, not every, but like almost every Republican is going to vote in favor of it. So I don't think that's really possible. I don't think Elon has that much money. Is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle? Vox Populi, Vox Dei. DEI? 80% voted for a new party. That's pretty much science right there. Where is the actual post he made? Hitting the debt ceiling is the only thing that'll actually force the government to cut waste and fraud. They're raising it by $5 trillion. All I'm asking is we don't bankrupt America. Where's the one actual post? The one actual, I saw it earlier. Where's the one actual post? Oh, here we go. Removal of funding for enforcement of federal contempt of court orders is the actual crux of this spending bill. This is nominally aimed at removal of illegal immigrants, but obviously also enables many other abuses of power by the president, should this be allowed. So, I've said this before, but I want to reiterate, okay? Trump and the Republicans are trying to frame it as though Elon is upset that the bill is removing his electric vehicle mandates. I don't think that's it at all. I think that Elon is not that self-interested, at least not knowingly so. I really think it's about legacy and about respect. And I don't think that Elon... I think that Elon, like a lot of stupid autistic people, is aware of the fact that he's often a laughingstock in the room, and that there's no way to buy his way out of that perception. And I think that he is very sensitive to the feeling that he's being kind of taken for a ride. You understand what I mean? You get me? I wonder how many times he's going to be bullied back into like the graces of the president, you know? I hate relating to Elon, damn it. Well, in this conflict specifically, he is correct. He is human. Yeah. In his own wacky way. Milton Friedman posting. Look at his replies. Celebrating Rand Paul. Retweeting Rand Paul. Do you think if Elon actually started a new party, he could split the Republican vote? He can't form a new party. Forming a new party requires, in this political environment, would require an incomprehensibly large amount of skill, knowledge, and insider information in order to form a party that is viable at like a federal level. And there is absolutely no demand for what Elon is asking for. Both parties are controlled by the wealthy, and the wealthy benefit from the government running itself into the ground. Well, they don't benefit in the long run, you know? It's more that wealthy people like it when the government does this. It's good fiscal policy for them. Well, no, it's good monetary, but it's good monetary and fiscal policy for the ultra wealthy because they love short-term gains and they don't fucking care about you. What Elon is recommending, this like sober, like budget balancing effort, is not actually in the interest of any wealthy people. It would considerably shrink economic growth. It would turn us into Japan. You know, we would be in like a Japan situation. It wouldn't track. Also, yeah, who would vote for it, right? Who would vote for this weird niche intersection of like the people who don't believe in social welfare but also don't really believe in military spending, but also need to raise taxes to the point where they could pay off everything. Like who would? It wouldn't get enough people. Hey, found out about your channel through the Mamdani campaign. You found out about me from the Mamdani campaign or through the Mamdani campaign? What does that mean? You mean like you canvassed and somebody was like, take a look at this idiot? Did Mamdani personally tell you to come subscribe? There's a non-0% chance that he knows who I am. He's very online, Mamdani. What was your view during this election? Did you support voting for Harris or did you have a different view? I supported voting for Harris, but I had to like really clench my teeth over it. Like, obviously Harris is better than Trump, but the Democrats as they are, it's basically like, do I want to board or like use a board to plug a hole in a sinking ship? Like the sink is 100% sinking no matter what. It's like, do you want to delay the process a little bit? And I would rather delay the sinking than allow it to happen faster. But maybe, and I think there's an edge case here, maybe the ship sinking really quickly would scare people into doing something meaningful and transformative about it. Whereas like the ship sinking really slowly would kind of lull people into complacency, because that's what happened with Biden, right? Like Trump won and then Biden won and all the libs were like, oh, that's it. Like all the libs were like, oh yeah, Trump's a laughingstock, and trust me, the attorney general will definitely fucking nuke him for January 6th. And then what happened? Nothing. We had 4 straight years of people saying any day now Trump will get arrested, and then he does get arrested. And what does he get arrested for? Getting pussy. He gets arrested for a few $1 million getting misappropriated through campaign spending to pay off a sex worker. They give him a cunty fucking prison photo. They have him sign sign off, you went to jail for getting pussy, and then like that was the big moment. Nothing for January 6th, nothing for the Mar-a-Lago documents. It's a fucking joke. So like, I don't know. I would have preferred we patched the hole in the ship and slowed things down a bit, but now that we're in this position, now that the ship is definitely sinking, no matter what, I feel like we have to, our goal is to like use the ship sinking to kind of, you know, I don't want to rearrange deck chairs on the Titanic. I want to try to get people to the lifeboats faster. I want to help people. I want to radio for help, you know. But the ship is going down. Sorry, that whole response was literally just because I got glassy-eyed thinking about that person saying, I learned about you from the Mamdani campaign. Like, literally, that was all it took. That little flicker of, like, pretend legitimacy gave me, like, compelled me to give a full response. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, yeah. Elon Musk. Bitch, you're legit. I don't think I'm legit like that. It does make me wonder what's going to happen this time. Because last time Elon and Trump had a falling out, right? Elon got pressured into playing nice because he doesn't really have any other directions he can go other than MAGA. But now it's the second time. Like, how many times is it going to keep happening, right? You can't keep doing it back and forth over and over. I don't know, man. I'm with Elon on this one. You don't think it's a distraction? Elon being dumb? No, not really. Seems like he does that pretty authentically. I don't really think... No, I don't think it's a distraction. Also, a distraction from what? The Republicans right now are literally voting on the "we will kill everyone" bill. And nobody fucking cares. Nothing to... Like, it's insane. What's happening right now cements the decline of this country for an indefinite length of time. It's absolutely psychotic. And it's just happening. It's just happening and no one cares to stop it. Democrats aren't really doing shit. No one's doing shit. What can I do? If you want to know what you can do, you can check out your local DSA. You can try to sign up with your local Democratic advocacy organization. You can try to become a branch leader. You can try to advocate within that system to try to prioritize more progressive candidates. You can try to get people on board. You got to understand, man, for most of the history of this democracy, being an advocate or an activist was a full-time job. And now, because of the internet, everyone gets to role play as one when they're posting on Twitter, and then they go back to their 9 to 5. You being aware of what's happening in this country does not make you an advocate or an activist. It makes you a mentally ill normie. You're just more knowledgeable about the way you're getting fucked. You can describe, like, the shape and size and color of the dick that's in you. Okay? You're not meaningfully different. Even I'm not meaningfully different, not really. My job, at least, is political. I do advocacy work. Definitionally, what I do is advocacy work. But activists used to be people who did, like, union advocacy work. Their lives were on the line. And they went out there. This was their whole thing. It wasn't like adventurism, and it also wasn't like a little lifestyle flourish. We're not talking champagne socialism. We're not talking about like you know, like a personality trait or anything. They literally, like, day in, day out, this was the shit they did. They treated it like a job. So if you want to talk about what you can do that. You can sign up with the PV program for trying to train people to be local Democratic members. You can meet up with DSA, and you have the free time to do it. And a lot of you could literally do it today. A lot of you are thinking, oh, maybe I will. You could literally look at your local DSA's event schedule. You could look at it right now and you could go, oh, well, I'll be there tonight. I'll be there tonight. And you won't. And I won't either. And that's the fucking problem. Now, this isn't a moral judgment. Obviously, it's a kind of condemnation. But I really do think this is a consequence of the fact that like everyone is overexposed to everything, you know? It's a sign of the times. Sometimes I really wonder about the internet, you know? Chat, for those in Austin, there's an orientation meeting happened today at 6 to 7 CST. Yeah, exactly, just like that. There you go. You can just pop right in. You never know who you're going to meet. You never know what friends you're going to make. You can, it's a remarkable amount of what your life could end up being can be shaped by a couple of now trivial decisions, you know? All I'm saying. So people ask, like, what can they do? You know you can do more than what you're doing. You just feel paralyzed because you're exposed to all this information, but not enough onboarding. There's a disconnect. It used to be, in order to be highly informed, you had to be highly connected. Now, you can be highly informed without being highly connected. So you end up with all the information, you're like, well, shit, what do I do with it? And then you fucking jerk off and go to sleep. Again, it's not a moral condemnation. I'm just identifying the problem. What if I don't want to do anything and just find you entertaining and I don't ask you, what can I do? I mean, like most people are like that, right? I don't think it's inauthentic to say that. I don't think a person is a bad person for not wanting to be an activist. Because it's difficult and it's not for everyone. I do wish people would be honest. That's what I mean. Like, that's because there are a lot of people who think of themselves as like activists in waiting. At any moment, you could spring forth and do good. But, like, that moment could have been yesterday, and it could be today, too. You're not choosing to take it. Just be honest with what you are. I know what I am. I hate canvassing. I don't like in-person events that much. Fucking love live streaming. And I do it well. I do it very well. So I stick to what I'm good at, and I keep my praise, my self, you know, adulation, I keep it proportional to that. Which is why I often don't call myself an activist. I say I'm an advocate, because I think, for me, that's more honest. Definitionally, I'm an advocate. That is true. Activist, I could be, you know, if I really put myself out there for it. I think I could be, and I think I could be good at it. But, you know, I understand that everyone has to make choices about what they're comfortable with, what they want to do, what they would enjoy doing. I think I would enjoy doing a little more. But I know there are people who would enjoy doing a lot more. And it's my hope that those people will find themselves as a consequence of my advocacy. There are people who would flourish under those circumstances. And in my mind, my hope, or my role, I guess, is to coax you into discovering that about yourself. Is Hassan an activist in your view? He's mostly an advocate, but he leans more activist than me for sure, because he actually goes up and attends stuff. Yeah, so I would say that shifts it more. I'd still say that's like a 90-10. Like, I'd say I'm 100-0, 100% advocate. And I'd say he's 90-10. But I'm not saying one's better than the other. You need both, right? Like, the advocates, you need, like, media personalities. You need, like, the apparatuses to change and convince. And you need people who are going to go out there and, you know, helicopter their dicks. Okay, so I guess we're bundling all this as a Trump Elon segment. Whatever, gotta package it. Poor editors. They're paid well. Shit, I think I did it. I think I covered the topics that I need to cover. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I get to actually, because I have to leave exactly on time. I have a thing. I have a thing right after. Zaran's vote lead grew to 12 points. I know, I saw. WBGN, I saw. I saw earlier. We talked about it. Where is Game Stream? I would like to do that soon. I think I'm like finally getting to be emotionally ready to do the game streams again. Okay, I am happy to see this. I don't know if it's primary pressure that's doing this, but Katie Hochul looks like she's, if not endorsing Mamdani, at least going to be a bit of a shooter against the GOP. I don't care if you're president of the United States. If you threaten to unlawfully go after one of our neighbors, you're picking a fight with 20 million New Yorkers, starting with me. Given how cynical and captured she is, you know, I do feel like she might be responding a bit to primary pressure from her lieutenant governor. We'll see. We'll see. Even if she doesn't endorse Mamdani, her defending him like this is, it has a comparable effect. Gillibrand apologized. I did see that. So before Gillibrand's staffer said she misspoke, but now she's apologizing directly. The New York senator was criticized for not defending the NYC mayoral candidate in a combative radio interview. No, Politico, that is not what she was criticized for. She was criticized for being, like, wildly fucking racist against him. She freaked out and she was like, yeah, he's called for jihad against Jewish people. He's like pro-Hamas. Like, she just ran off with it, you know? This was not for not defending Mamdani. Politico is owned by Zionist supremacist German. Yeah. Politico is owned by... Isn't he non-Jewish? Isn't Politico owned by, like, one of those weird, like, non-Jews who have made Zionism their pet project because they really, really, really love dead Arabs? And she'll suffer no consequences for her blatant Islamophobia. The fact that she's received enough pressure to apologize is heartening. Is he the guy who said Zionismus über alles? Yes, he is the guy who said Zionismus über alles. Which you might recognize as a reference to another regime. That's the owner of Politico. I don't know what that means. It means Zionism above all, but it's what the Nazis said. The Nazis said Deutschland über alles. That is like a very Nazi-coded phrase. Gillibrand says she believes Mr. Mamdani is sincere when he says he wants to protect all New Yorkers and combat anti-Semitism. She said the GOP attacks on him are outrageous and unacceptable. That's nice. It is nice that the Mamdani is prompting her to apologize. It does mean something. The mandate of heaven. All right, let's read donos. Not tips anymore. I decided I'm tired of that. Is Gillibrand a Dem or GOP? Hard to tell sometimes, but she's a Dem. Jews adopting the phraseology of genocide is ironic. He's not a Jew. The owner of Politico is a Christian. Be careful with your conflations. He's a Zionist. He's not Jewish. My bad. It's okay. Bills Nation 716, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Bite Eye, thank you for the 555. 17 million people is huge, like 5% of the population. I hate it here. Well, we'll see if this moves anyone over. Markin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. This is the millennium of Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, Mamdanism. Yeah. It might well be. It might well be. He's not really an ML or a Maoist. Or if he is, he hides it very well. For sure. Test subject number 2. Thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Before you can bake a cake, you must first create the universe. Before you can build a boat, you must build a boat shed. Progress is slow but steady. Yeah. And then sometimes it happens very, 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 very quickly. Kowalski, thanks for the $5. Vosh's solution to the debt crisis is the same as the Japanese strategy. I'm familiar with this. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Japanese. Yeah, after their economic meltdown, back in the 80s, back in the 90s, they cut back on borrowing. Businesses all started paying back their debt. Yeah, I just don't think debt should really exist. Like, I don't mean that I don't even mean that like in a lefty way, like all the people who are currently indebted should have their debts absolved. I mean it more in like from the perspective of monetary policy, in like a macro structural sense, the ability to create debt inevitably causes like a debt cascade. Because as long as the value of investment exceeds the cost of borrowing money, you build up a stack of cards that has to come collapsing down. The ancient world did understand the importance of debt forgiveness, yeah. The link is a joke. Well, I turned it into a good point. So, Not an Alpaca, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. I'm glad you enjoy washing your hands. Joshy42, thank you for the $5. Laughing until NOAA stops funding the radios. You in an affected state? Don't die. Bills Nation 716, thank you for the $9. Hochul has been the only governor in years to not neglect the rest of the state. They all just focused on NYC. NYC should be represented, but we should be too. Go Bills. Bills Nation 716, thank you. Look, when I talk about Hochul in a critical manner, it really has more to do with her broader liberal tendencies. I don't really know that much about her governance of New York State. But I agree, the city is not the only, thing that should be taken into consideration. Cat's skipping around. Wobadial, thank you for the $5. Hey, Vaush, long-time VOD head, first-time donator. Howdy. Got birthday money, wanted some to trickle down to you. Thank you for the amazing content. My pleasure. I appreciate that very much. And Nayslayer, have a Prezi, it's my birthday in 30 minutes. Hey, happy almost birthday. Look at you, a lot of birthday boys in chat, a lot of birthday coded messages. Do I love black people? I love black people. Thank you, TI, for the 20 Swedish kronar. For teeing me up there. Max Punk with a very kind $10. Idea for when Dems take power, have the government fund union strike funds of corps that team with Trump and strike until bankruptcy, then buy them for cheap. I mean, if you're the federal government, you can just take it. Yeah, I unfortunately, they'll never be that based. Brainless the Second, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Mamdani barely eking out a primary victory, whatever happened there. Listen, he did very, very well. 12 points. 12 points. Oh, excuse me. I'm fucking hungry. Perhaps the pessimism was a bit too strong in that prediction. Dog, that's not pessimism. Mamdani outperformed the polls, you know? Glade seating system by designer Rick Owens. Dude, I need to get some Rick Owens. Like their shoes or something. That looks good. I don't think I could afford the stone couch. I don't know if it'd be very comfortable either. I would like the shoes though. What am I looking at? A stone couch. Rick Owens is a fucking weirdo? Yeah, that like all good fashion designers, he's a fucking weirdo, of course. He's very good at what he does. Never really understood the vibe of Rick Owens. I don't know, experimental, contemporary, brutalist, heavy metal, kind of grungy. Not grungy like the music scene, but grungy like the adjective, you know. No, he's very talented. He's very, very talented. Have you seen his house tour? Hold on. We have a little bit of extra time. You seen his house tour?
Hi Vogue, I'm Rick Owens and this is my place in Concordia, Italy. My factory is across the street and this is where I come to do my collections. In this space, I don't like living with a lot of things. I'm not very acquisitive, but the things that I do live with are very special to me and I'm gonna show you around. Okay. Few things that I have are probably things that I've wanted for a really long time. This is a George Means sculpture. He was a Belgian symbol of protection and when I went to art school.
Look at his bedroom, dude.
And he used army blankets as a symbol of protection and insulation and isolation. The Army Surplus store was where I would get my original
He lines his bedroom, like his carpet, exclusively with old army blankets. Like vintage
fabrics. I would make clothes out of the duffel bags, out of blankets, out of parachute clothes. Since then, which must be like 30 years ago, every place I have, I cover with army blankets. When I work on interiors or furniture, I'm pretty much a reductivist. I don't think about domestic object is this.
Not gonna lie, he looks like
I was
Nosferatu.
working with a dealer in New York who would send me images of sarcophaguses that were up for auction, and they were always a little bit too colorful, and they always kind of looked a little fake to me. But anyway, finally this one came, and so it was almost violent, extravagant, and as dramatic.
He's got insane aura, though. You can't deny that. Look at his massive padded shoulders.
Dramatic and as extreme as possible. And clicks of the pieces that we do for the interiors. These could be futuristic or they could be ancient. I like that we're using the classical materials like bronze and rock crystal. Everything that I do is kind of a blend of the past and...
How does someone become so eccentric? I mean, he's a creative genius, you know? He's it's just that simple, right? Like he is that. He's got the sauce and he lives that. He has the money to live that. I mean, he's very, very wealthy, but I think he's a very compelling character. They can afford to be. Yeah, well, yeah, sure. He's Rick Owens. Why are we watching this? Because I just wanted to bring up Rick Owens, because Rick Owens came up. Rick Owens answers questions on queer culture, punk gigs, and sex clubs. Hell yeah, brother.
have them around.
It's a beautiful house. Beautiful, beautiful house. Anyway, sorry. I have to do super chats. I can't be late. I can't be late to ending stream today. Hail Mendoza, thank you for the very kind $10. Ladies and gentlemen, we come here on this hot Tuesday to mourn the end of the Republican Party. Yeah, we'll see, buddy. I don't know. I'm not sure if we live in a world where political consequences are still a real thing. Fingolf and the Ireful and Snorcore, thank you for the $5 both. Bosch, hope you're hanging in there. Love your content. Thank you. Hey, thank you. No, I'm hanging in there pretty well. I've been trying to slow down the clothing purchases for a little while, trying to be a little bit more reasoned, a little bit more measured, save a little bit more money, doing my best. Been fun. You know, focusing on the fundamentals. For sure. Haley Goofy, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Once people start complaining, he'll issue out a new bill with Trumpcade/care. The new snap is going to be called Trump Card or some lame bullshit. People will eat it up like it's a gift from God. I actually don't think so. I actually don't think he will. I don't think, because we've seen this now for a decade. Trump has no healthcare program. He has no plan. He has no way of replacing the current system. I don't think he wants to either. He doesn't care to. He just wants to tear it apart. Thomas Saf 911 still alive. Thank you for the $2 all. Really appreciate that. Fingolf and the Ireful still alive again. And Diego B, thank you for the $5 all. Bro, y'all are not ready for the Caribbean refugee crisis that's going to happen after they get hit by surprise superstorms. They're not going to be treated very well here. It's very unfortunate, yeah. Yeah, they're going to suffer immensely. Maybe AOC should hold another town hall so someone might ask her if she's ever going to be willing to criticize the Dems like Mamdani is. The thing that pisses me off is that when people are disruptive at like an AOC town hall or whatever, they're always, you know, like Russian disinfo retards who start screeching about how she's pro-genocide or whatever. They're never substantive criticisms. Like somebody, like I would love to see her answer to a very frank, straightforward, the Democratic Party is failing us. We don't think that you're doing enough to criticize the Democratic establishment. It seems working with them isn't getting you anywhere. What are you doing to meaningfully, like we don't want you to work with Jeffries. We want you to replace Jeffries or facilitate his replacement. You should be his enemy, you know? Something like that. I don't know. And thank you for golfing. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your chores. Tim Z, thank you for the 200 Swedish kronar. Very kind of you. I know you don't watch South Park, but I think the reason we haven't gotten a South Park season for an unusually long time is because they have no idea how to parody the state of things anymore. Yeah, that's probably true. To an extent. Yeah, parody, it's pretty difficult to do parody right now, like any kind of political parody. The Onion's been bitching about this for a while, but it's true. They're correct. How the fuck do you satirize any of this? You know, it's all so beyond the pale. I don't know. The Robot Chicken MLP, thank you for the $5. As someone who has worked at Pizza Hut, I say dishwashers encourage laziness. No one scrapes all the shit off the dishes. My family is the same. There you go. Minimum wage workers should work harder. I believe that. I do believe that sometimes when I like go into a Walgreens. I do think that, yeah. You are not earning your wage, your minimum wage. Still alive. Thank you again for the very, very, very kind $20. I joined my local DSA chapter, went to a protest, went to a Bernie rally, helped distribute food at a food bank, donate regularly to ACLU and Wikipedia, and I still want to do more. You just got to take that first step, chat. That's wonderful. Yeah, seriously, chat. I'm just saying it's a lot easier and more approachable than you might think. You know, it's every journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. But what they never tell you is that after the 1,000th step, you're like, damn, stepping's pretty easy, actually. It's actually, like, pretty normal. In fact, it would take more effort to stop at this point. They don't tell you this. Zach of All Trades and High Shelf, thank you for the $5 both. Want to recommend you watch the recent How Money Works video on private equity later. I don't know what that channel is. I don't know what that channel or that video is. What is this? How Money Works private equity? I could. Give me fucking homework. Private equity is a terrible investment. Who keeps giving them money? Sure, I'll add it to a watch later. Why not? But keep in mind, my problem is more fundamental. Even if you got rid of the systems that allow private equity to scrape money out of dying corporations, like the fundamental issue is it's monetary. It's not fiscal. You need to get at the concept of debt. Debt shouldn't exist. It should not be possible to go into debt. The idea of borrowing money should be institutionally impossible. You can give money, but you can't borrow money. You can't compel any legal obligation to return on any amount of money lended or any interest on that. No investment, none of that. It should not be possible. This would fundamentally rewrite how the economy works. But it would be good. It would be. I'm pretty sure it's important. What's the difference between fiscal policy and monetary policy? Fiscal policy is how Congress decides our money is spent, like governmentally. Monetary policy is what the Federal Reserve does. It's more fundamental stuff about interest rates, about how we use debt in our currency, stuff like quantitative easing, you know, or fractional reserve banking. That's monetary policy. I'm still on the money disappears after a year team train. I still think that's a good one. Okay, I've added it to my watch later. Sean McLaughlin, thank you for the 9 New Zealand dollars. Appreciate that. Cheers to New Zealand. Unexpectedly lost a favorite colleague last week, and your streams have made for comforting background listening. Go Mamdani. I'm really sorry to hear that. Very, very sorry to hear that, you know? That's the harm of expanding your circle of social awareness and care, right? You know, more opportunities for heartbreak. Still worth it. You got to care about people. Very sorry to hear that. And now back over to the site. Snuffles115, thank you for the $5. Vosh is a native West Virginian. I graciously welcome the ruralite hate segments. Ruroid, and I'd love to see some West Virginia Google Earth rurite shaming. Cheers and good day. Yeah, the funny thing about West Virginia is because a lot of those communities are relatively old by American standards, you actually see some pretty beautiful, like, brick old town districts. It's just that they've fallen into ruin, and then you can see the areas that were, like, built after cars became a real thing. Not a Boy Scout. Thank you for the very kind $30. Put the cast iron in the bag now, cowboy, or spend it on mustache cream. I don't care, lol. Hey. I couldn't take good care of it, okay? I couldn't take good care. I would wash the cast iron with soap. And I know you're not supposed to do that, so I shouldn't be trusted with a cast iron pan, you know? It'd be like getting a pair of selvage denim. You can use soap. I see already this is too much information for me. What I knew was you can't use soap. Now you're saying you can. You've doubled the complication. Now it's too much mental bandwidth. I'm sorry. You know how much time I spent yesterday trying to figure out how I wanted to cuff these sleeves? I really like this shirt, you know? I got it a little bit larger because it's not a very flexible fabric, and I wanted it so that if I work out again and my shoulders and chest grow, it has room. And I really I like this. This is what I want to dedicate my excess time and energy to. Max Punk, thank you for the $5. If Mamdani really wants to, he could pull the union strike bankruptcy strategy from the NYC mayorship, possible at a local level. I don't think he would want to bankrupt the city he runs. That seems like a bad strategy, in my opinion. What's the proper way to wash selvage denim? Fill up your bathtub with cold water, add a little bit of dark clothes safe detergent, just a little bit, mix it around with your hand, okay? Then turn the jeans inside out, uncuff them, you know, turn the jeans inside out, put them in the tub, weigh them down, put some cups or whatever, you know, weigh them down so it's all underwater. agitate it a little bit, 30 minutes in, hour after you put it in first, you take the genes out. Then you want to lay them down on a towel and roll up the towel to get the excess moisture out, and then you let them hang dry. You only have to do that once every like 3 months, or maybe not even. Who are you?
Oh my.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh God.
What are you doing? What is this pose? You are sitting on my hand.
He's mad at me.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
What is the purpose? What is the meaning?
He's blinking at me.
Yeah, he looks so regal. Look how scrunched he is. Handheld. He's being chill. You want to go down? Are you having fun using my hand like a throne? You want to go down? Whoop. There you go. Very, very regal. Very regal. He does look like fried chicken. Our Clocks 123, thanks the $5. What can be done to overcome the propaganda machine on the right? Honestly, Mamdani, I think that's the blueprint. I think that's the blueprint. Genuinely. You know, so much money goes into Cuomo, right-wing money goes into Cuomo. You run a great ground game, you make yourself cool, you make yourself transformative, you can do magical shit. Okay? I think that's the template. Bernie did it as well. I think Mamdani did it better, but on a much smaller scale. I think if you had a Mamdani energy and Mamdani competence campaign, but starting from Bernie's like starting position, right? Longtime senator, you know, he runs. I think that they would still be like the God Emperor of the United States. Deep Sea Fission, thank you for the very kind $20. I guess if we're doing this, I joined my union 5 months back and I'm now in charge of candidate research for local elections. Just join up, chat. Nice. Great. So now you get to like decide basically like who the union's going to lean in towards endorsing, right? Like who you'll throw your support behind or like, you know, host events with them or scheduling speeches or interactions. That's like a lot of power potentially. Obviously it depends on the union, but that's still very important. Chat, you have to just try. You have to put yourself out there and try. You have to try your best. I think that does it. All right, folks. I'll be here tomorrow as well. You know where you can find me. I really appreciate you all keeping in for stream. I've got a really busy day today. I woke up at 6 a.m. I know a lot of you do that, but listen, to a fella such as myself, that's an early time to be waking up because I had to run some errands. And I'm about to run some more. You know, I've just got a lot. I've got a lot today. So, hey, take care. Stay toasty. And I'll see you tomorrow.